Uh, we are back here because we have a snowstorm incoming, and we're going to be breaking down what's going to be happening. Lots of model guidance can change for as much as they want, but the general idea has remained here in the better part, I think, of nearly 11 days. I think we've been mentioning this system at least, and we're now here to the point, and we got stuff to track here. We did the northwest trend with guidance, and we have reeled it in on model guidance to give life to the thought process that I've had for quite a minute now. So good to see here, and we're going to be breaking it all down. We're going to be making a snow map in the end of the stream as well. I'm still conflicted on some thoughts for terms of exact totals and banding. It's not about if, it's really about how much at this point. So I'm a little conflicted on that. So I want to see a little bit more observations here, and we'll break those down. But I'm pretty confident. So let's get some music here for the start. So don't mind if it's loud for a second, the music, and we'll turn it off when we start breaking it down. So I'll get the chat going here in a second. Let's open up the chat here. Joe Weather, how we doing? Well, that escalated even more. HR name very impressive with 500 millibar. Not totally reflect the surface map though, Liam. I 100% agree. Tracked it to a T. I tried. Precipitation and wave and precipitation for round one looks way more than what models have. Boston is actually in a good place for once. Kevin, I hope I do well tomorrow. Didn't do well with today, which I expected. You were in a really tough spot, but I'm really happy with the threat map we made for that. And again, you guys know I was really busy. I stayed up way later. I mean, I was into the more. I stayed up way later than I needed to. I just couldn't though. I was watching the guidance. I was watching the 06, and I was just I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So, but I'm really happy with how the map that I made for that, kind of went there. So, do you think the snow will affect the Pats game? I think we can get some moderate bands. We're going to talk about that. Make sure you ask the Afraid and CT how we doing. Again, don't mind the music being louder to start. Let me just I gotta share the stream to X and pin it here. Yeah, one thing I don't like about the X is that it comes up pretty blurry if you try to view it through X. So right now, all right, there we go. 5 inches in New York City. Yeah, I saw Bo Nix. Man, if the Patriots win tomorrow, man, oh, oh, don't even let me think about it. The potential for that. Um, okay. And let's see, we can kind of. Oh, Tatum making a little bit of noise in the background. Tatum is here with us tonight with a heavy sigh. Let's see that snow map. I'm not making the snow map yet. We're gonna break down. Yes, how we know all we do. We don't make the snow map Unless it's a no, we don't. We never do. We always the snow map will be coming, but for the moment, we're gonna break down what you've seen on guidance, how it reflects kind of my thoughts here. We're gonna break down current observations as well. Emmanuel, how are you doing, my man? So this is guys, this is the layout of the stream for those just coming in here. We're gonna break down. Yeah, so I didn't even watch the. I made it. I've made it a deal, Celtics Supreme, to not watch the Celtics. Every time I watch them live, they don't do well. So I just watch them on DVR. As old as that may sound, I watch them recorded now. Um, so I don't watch them. I don't watch them live because superstitious. Be sure to like the stream if you don't mind as well. Well, way to spoil it, Ashan. Jesus, let me go watch. Let me go watch a JB masterclass. I'm just kidding, but make sure to like the stream if you don't mind. It's very very helpful. Also, you channel memberships, as you can see, some people have them. You can feel free to join as well. You'll get a little bit more priority in terms of personalized messages. But no, you're not necessarily gonna get. I'm not gonna hide content from you if you don't. And super chats, if you truly wish to show extra support, are certainly a way you can do that, but not necessary. So again, you don't mind hitting the like, very helpful. Wish that worked for the Pacers. Well, your team just does not have its best player, and it's just not good this year, unfortunately. So, um, it's gonna be a rough sledding there for your team. But I said it back when the Celtics won the finals. The Pacers was by far the toughest series. And the sweep didn't reflect that. That was one of the best series of basketball I've watched in a minute. And at first I was like, come on, why are we doing this with the Pacers? Why are we come on? And then after I was like, no, they're really freaking good, especially after the next year. All right. And also, guys, if you don't get as much snow as you wish tomorrow, which based on I think some of your standards, I think you a lot of you had low expectations, so this is going to work out in favor. But just know, Nemar Dark Magic, absolutely. Just know we're gonna have more to track after. We are gonna have more to track after this, I think. So winter's not over yet. I told you guys we're going into a very good pattern here. We're not going, we're in a good pattern here. Now, it doesn't mean every storm will convert, but we're going to give ourselves a lot of chances here over the next several weeks into potentially well into February. We'll see how we transition there, but let's break it down. So again, if you don't know how we're going to do this, we're going to break it down, model the guidance and stuff, what's changed, current observations. What I'm seeing, current observations they look pretty solid. They look very solid. In fact, right now, we know this is a very progressively tilted system to start. It's the late amplification because if you're looking at current observations, I'm telling you, you're going to look at this all the way and you're going to be like, man, this thing is still positively tilted. But I'm telling you, tomorrow morning, this thing is just going to pull and dig. There's no block to stop this. Let's get our pen tool here and let's get into it. We're going to ease our way into it. And I'm going to just so my mic hopefully doesn't sound any I don't want the audio to sound bad, so again with this it's late amplification is the thing, but there's nothing stopping this except time. Time is really time is the only thing. It's the nature of where it's progressively tilted. And if this had more time, we'd be talking about probably even more interior and even major. So we're kind of threading. I don't want to say threading the needle because I think the setup has always suggested this, but it is technically a little bit. But in the nature, so what happens here is, and I don't even think Liam made a good point. I don't think the surface maps are yet reflecting what's going to happen because I'm telling you, Thank you, Hidden Mega. Yes, we have a Discord as well. Hidden Mega just put that link in there. He's also a YouTuber himself, does Roblox stuff, but he found my channel and he apparently likes what I do weather-wise, and he he put the Discord link down there, and you can feel free to join it. It's a very chill place, and there's no heated debates. Any back and forth is very lighthearted. It's just pretty chill weather chat. So if you do decide to try to stir things up, it's you're just not going to be in there. So, but it's a pretty chill place. So, thought I would mention that. And there's a really lot to like here. So, I'm telling you, overnight, you guys are going to see the Gulf start to start. You're already seeing the tropics here. You're already starting to see here take off. Oh, I know you are, Celtic Supreme, Drake May lover. And so what happens here, and the biggest thing we talked about this, if you guys see my post, hoping for 4 inches of snow in North Jersey. I think North Jersey is in a good spot here. Maybe not to get the most, but and we're going to talk about why. I'm telling you, this is the precip shield is going to be way farther inland than many of you think, and it's going to be good snow because it's going to be long duration accumulation. Is there a chance for an overperformance? And you're absolutely. I'm leaning towards plowable snow. I think plowable snowfall in North Jersey. I think Hudson Valley. And I think even maybe into close to central New York. And it has that is not where the best dynamics will set up, but we're gonna break down why. Okay, we're gonna break down why. And there's a lot to like here. The biggest changes I've noticed here, and we're gonna show you. Look what right here, right here, and then right here. And you could add in this piece. Models are finally picking up what's going on here. Finally. '06 had to adjust. And then watch 12. And 18 kind of did. I don't know what 18 did. The 18Z guidance drank something for a second. And they all did this weird, I don't know what it was with the 18Z guidance. That's why sometimes the 18Z guidance is not always as good as the 12 and the 0. I think that was just unproductive. Did the 18Z runs, and then look at 0. You can see it's little minor, but it's little bit, and those are the differences. Those little things right there is a little bit more stream separation here, a little bit more pushback, so this guy can start amplifying. That's the biggest reason you're seeing the change on guidance. And again, it supports kind of what we were thinking. It's really just model kind of resolving the stuff a little bit, but there are changes. Yeah, that's not going to be the case. That will not. I'm almost certain that will not be the case, and it's why I'm really frustrated with a lot of how meteorology has turned into on TV now. I think there's a lot of great minds, but I'm really frustrated. Like today, I went to the grocery store earlier tonight, and I was there, and a lady asked me how are the roads, and I go, they're fine, they're wet, they're a little wet, parking lot wasn't good, but roads are just wet, they're not too bad, and I'm sure some side roads were not as good, and she asked me, and she goes, oh yeah, they were only saying a dusting here, and I was like, well, I wasn't. I wasn't saying. I said I'm a weatherman. I didn't say I wasn't. I said I'm a weatherman, and I sometimes they don't do well. But I know for me personally, I told her I was forecasting a little bit different, and then she goes, and I go, yeah, and then I think there's going to be more snow tomorrow, and then she goes to me, yeah, but you never know. They look what they were saying. And I was like, no. I'm telling you that there's going to be a good amount tomorrow. And so like it's just little things like that, and you find. And I hate there's so much disconnect. There's all these different channels that have like all these different. It's just the message is never clear. I feel like the message is never ever clear. So that's what I try to do. I try to forecast not off of these. I try to forecast off of what I think is going to happen. Always what I think is going to happen. And so I do my best to kind of as far out as I can go within reason. I try to give out and lay out the potential tea leaves. It's been 11 days with this system. It's been a lot, guys. We had to maybe longer that I've been mentioning it here. So yeah, but in regards to here is the reason that that you saw those changes. If you're wondering what were the changes on guidance that allowed us to get models to better come to the conclusion of the idea that I was supporting, at least I can't say everybody was. I'm pretty sure almost nobody was, because I'm the model guidance was just um, it was predictable, but I was somehow we keep falling into the same trap of just blindly following the model guidance every single time, and it's just not it's not meteorology. That's modelology or methodology, whatever you want to call it. And so, but this guy being more amplified, this guy backing up more, allows height lines to rise back, and allows the system to go negative quicker, because now this upper level energy that was maybe lagging behind can now shoot up the trough. We're pulling in more convection, we're pulling up more moisture, and eventually when we start going positive and negative here, I think we're almost positive at this point, or we're almost neutral. Very broadly, but you can see the tilt of the trough here. You see the 540 line? You see that? And so it's a little broad, but we're about neutral at that point. And then look what starts happening here. Now we're negative. We're negative with the trough. You see that? Now, it's a progressive system in nature a little bit, and it's going to be moving faster. But this is the key. The minute you go negative, all of this that I'm telling you, there could still be convective feedback issues on some of the guidance. It would not shock me. It would not shock me if there's still convective feedback issues on the guidance. Um, and at this point, you're going negative. And now look what this piece is doing too as well. So as a result, this piece backing up a little bit more. I'm calling it a confluence piece, and that's kind of it's like an inner confluence piece. That's just kind of what I'm calling it. Harvey Leonard is I got to meet him. I actually him and I were able to text for a while as well after I met him, and he was the nicest person. Um, uh, I met him when I was younger, and he was we kept in touch. I always remember to send him a text, "Happy birthday" on his birthday every year. So we haven't been in as touch as much lately, but he's awesome, awesome. He would rely on the meteorology a lot too. But yeah, you can see here with the system. Um, with the system, I'll put Harvey up against anybody for the goat of uh, Boston weather forecasting for sure. Yeah, he's awesome. He's a very nice guy. Loves tennis, by the way, too, in his free time. I don't know if I should reveal all this, but he like loves it in his free time. But with the system here, look what you're doing. Remember what we talked about? I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom in here. And maybe the GFS isn't the best model to use for this, but it's fine. The point remains the same. You see this here? Look what we got forming here. Remember what that's called? That's the little snake tongue we have right there. And so this snake tongue look here, in theory, all up into here, that's where the precip shield is going to get back to. It's going to get you see, almost into central New York here. All of this. In theory, and really more of it's going to come overrunning, but your precip shield in general, even through Sunday night, I think is going to go back into eastern PA and upstate New York. But right here, that's where I'd be looking. And now it's a little bit progressive, so you've lost a little bit of convection. But when you go negative, I'm telling you, it's a fast moving system, but you're going to want to pull it up. So this is why you're going to get 700 banding that's going to come together. And I'm telling you, listen, I could be off. I could be off, and maybe it doesn't come together. I'm telling you, there is a much higher ceiling with the system than I think even some people realize. I'm treading carefully. I'm treading carefully, and this is why I've been going back and forth on what I want to do with the map. But in theory, that is where I'd be looking, right there for the heaviest totals. 500 millibar. That's what 500 millibar is telling me right now. That's where there's going to be moderate to heavy snow breaking out all the way through here. And that's what 500 millibars on a lot of these runs has been telling me. And don't even get me to look at the 250. And then take a look at 700. You see this? Look at this 700 FGen banding. Look at that. And if models, which I think there's a chance, are having some convective feedback issues with the system, that heavier banding could extend much further northwest than shown, and much further. And it's very close. You can see it on a lot of the guidance. You can show it on the NAM. You see on the NAM there, it's like all blotchy. There's a chance for this banding. Look at this. It's not even coming together. It's so messy. Now, maybe there's a chance. Maybe it is. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's since it's a little bit progressive in nature to start, it has trouble. But look where we go negative. We've been negative. I'm going to show you. Right here. Right here, you could say we go about negative. See the upper level jet here? Look at this. Boom. And look at this. Now, I know this is the NAM, and it may not even reflect enough, but you see how the jet breaks up a little bit? And look at the jet core. To me, this screams right in here. Right in here. Maybe it doesn't get that far north. Maybe it's a little further south. But if I was looking at the upper level jet, that's what it's telling me right now. That all these areas in here, and this will extend back, it's just it won't be for as long. It won't be for as long back into these areas. Right in here, moderate to heavy snowfall. Moderate to heavy snowfall Sunday evening into Monday morning. Early Monday morning. That's the peak time frame. Now, look at the jet streak here that gets going. You see this Sunday morning? Strong jet streak. Strong jet streak. You're going to get overrunning snow to start tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, look what you do here. Probably back all the way up into here. Same, it's very similar almost in a sense to what we just did today, but it won't have that much juice yet because the main stuff is still back here. You're going to get overrunning snow. You're going to get light to moderate bands that break out early tomorrow morning, probably, if I had to guess. And they'll continue then throughout the afternoon and then wait until the main show gets there. Look what happens. Look at that. The jet breaks up. That forces the storm to slow down. The more the jet stream, hit the computer. So this is what I've been talking about. The more the jet stream, the more the upper level jet here has to break up, the more the system, it would defy physics not to. You just, every single time this happens, the system has to slow down a little bit. This gives time for more banding and consolidation to happen across these areas. And initially, I'm looking at this upper level jet. I'm having a hard time saying that a lot of these areas back into here, maybe I don't know that far north, but a lot of these areas back into here, I'm having a hard time finding a reason to say that these areas here aren't going to get at least 3 to 6 inches of snow. I'm finding a hard time suggesting not, because you're going to get overrunning snow to start in the morning. Maybe you start onset, some places coastal. Don't tweet me if you start as rain or white rain. Please do not. Okay? There's a chance. There's a chance you do. The main bulk, it's not going to take away from the main bulk of this system. Okay? Do not. I'm telling you, there's a chance. Look at your 925s. Even those are pretty cold. But to start, you see here Sunday morning, along the coast, there's a chance. And then you collapse very fast. Very fast you collapse. So do not be surprised. I've tried to tell people this. If you do start as a little bit of rain offshore, the coastal front concerns, I'm a little less worried about that than I was to start with some places, but you could lose a little bit. Could lose a little bit along the coast here, Eastern Mass, just to start. So keep that in mind. But when the main bolt comes, I'm not too worried about it not accumulating because the peak time frame here is look when this is. This is it. That's the peak time frame. Right there. And I think the GFS, the NAM holds it back a little bit more, but barely. And so I'm wondering here, all of this convection that's spread out here, and we're negative. We've been negative. I'm having a trouble finding with an upper level jet. The banding wants to meet the jet core, guys. That's where the banding wants to go. The banding wants to go meet that's where it wants to go. Let's zoom out again. Right here. The banding wants to go meet this. Wants to, eventually. It wants to get to this right entrance region eventually. And you see how that moves through? Right here. And then this is the jet core right here. This is where the banding wants to get to. And so now that we're negative, the flow has to back. And so it's trying to do this. It's trying to get, and it's going to try to get into that right entrance region. That's where the banding's going to want to go. Because what it does, it tries to get into that right entrance region and eventually get closer to the jet core. That's how the banding likes to go, because this is the flow of the system, right? And it wants to get, well, it's like this. But in general, it's getting pushed eventually to the east. And that's where it wants to go. So I really think it wouldn't shock me if we see some double digits out of this. It would not shock me if we are able to do that. In fact, the higher end of my ranges are probably going to reflect that as well in the snow map I make. I know that. I just don't know how much. And I don't want to say this. I don't want to, I don't want to play the wish cast role. None of that. I don't want to tell you what you want to hear. I just want to. I'm looking at the system and I'm thinking about how this is actually going to play out in reality. Now, when I say this, just know there's a chance. Just know there's a chance that maybe guidance is onto something about this not coming together. But I see this and I'm like, why are we not consolidating this more? This looks so messy. Is the setup a little bit messy? Sure. But this looks so much messier than I would think. And we'll see. We'll see. And here's the other thing. Look at your precip shield because of the upper level jet. I think that could go further. I think this could go further. Your precip shield. I think this could go all the way back into here. Let's take a look at that 250 again. Let's see here. Something to note, these short-range models are overdoing temps by a few degrees right now. Hi, everyone. Will there be any snow in Mobile, Alabama? Oof, that's going to be tough to get. Flurries if you're lucky. Is there going to be a gap between the overrunning and the main batch? There could be a little bit, but I think it will just meet up to it eventually. And so that's what I'm watching. That's what I'm watching right now. That's what I'm really watching. I think this is it's such an interesting setup here, but I really do think a lot of people are going to do well. I think I want to save a little bit of what I'm saying for totals. I want to save it for the snow map a little bit because I want people to tune in for the snow map as well. But in theory, what about Kentucky getting hit next weekend? Really, much of the central and eastern United States has a good shot to get involved in that storm next week. I couldn't tell you how that's going to look like. But you can see the preset map. It's still, I think there's still some adjustments to be made. Keep an eye too. Keep an eye Tuesday for Clipperish as well, lake effect snow as well. So keep an eye on that. But you see how the precip shield, how long this lasts? It just rots out until that more upper level energy kind of picks it up. So that's very interesting. That could really allow. And look at the time frame. Look at the peak time frame too for this system. You see the overrunning snow that gets going, and I don't know if it's going far enough north, maybe even too. Look how far east this gets. I'm telling you, Eastern PA, Jersey, New York City, Hudson Valley, Western New England, up towards the Capital District, all have a chance, in my opinion, all said and done. We'll see how far north they can get to see plowable snowfall. All do. All do. And this is part two of the system. So if you want, you can send your totals. Say I had part one, I said I had this much. Part two had this much. So you can kind of phrase it how you want, but um, I'm not sure if I'm going to count it and end up actually counting as the same system, even though it is technically the same upper level system, um, just a day apart. But look in here, look at the jet streak that gets going tomorrow morning. Telling you, all these areas in here, this is enhanced lift, and especially in that right entrance region too. I think this will break out nicely tomorrow morning over these places, and that might even be fully accurate. This is just the NAM depiction. And look what happens. You see how much? You see how vertically that works? If it's even just a couple hours off here, how much closer that banding gets to the coast and how much heavier those rates get. It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. You can see it's usually not. You usually confine your frontogenesis banding to an area. I'd be surprised if it was this widespread. But even if this were the case, your precip shield will go all the way back into here. We'll see if that were to happen, but I'm really feeling a lot of these areas here. A lot of these areas to get at least 3 to 6 inches of snow, I think. And then even more back into southern New England. Maine maybe too. We'll see. Down East Maine could be a fun call for this system. I think Down East Maine is going to get rocked. I think they're absolutely going to get rocked. See how that banding works so vertical eventually? I think they're going to get rocked. I think Down East Maine could be a good 6 to 12 situation. I just question now. The question for me is going to be how many people do I include into those totals? Think Long Island can get all snow or can mix rain? You might start as rain. You might. Again, please don't. I'm telling you, I'm going to get some people probably that say, why am I raining to start right now? Or why is it not accumulating? It's just you have a little bit, the overrunning system today that came in brought up some warm air. So that's how some people got snow. That's how others got rain. On the other side of this, temps crash very fast. They're going to crash very fast. You're not going to lose too much. You're not going to lose too much. So I wouldn't worry about. I think Long Island, this P-type map reflect that. I think Long Island is going to be snow just because where the winds are going to be coming from. Again, you may start as some rain. You may start as some rain tomorrow, but so keep that in mind. What is it doing here? But then tomorrow night, Long Island should. Again, this may not even be perfect. The depiction. I'm leaning at least 3 to 6 on Long Island as well. And then I'm really debating here how much to go here. I can tell you right now, I'm thinking at least 5 to 10. That's my thought process, at least. I don't know. I'm telling you, this the duration of the system will be longer than people expect, despite the progressive nature. And it's hard because usually, if you're going to get some totals, you usually see them happen. It just hasn't been on the operationals. It's really only been on the ensembles that we've seen that. So, but I'm telling you, that's where I'm leaning right now. And others can disagree, and that's fine. A lot of other people disagreed with me for a long time with this system, and seems so far the tortoise, the hare doesn't win the race. Yeah, I got to see this through. This is where it's most important. So regardless of what happens, yeah, let's say if I were to not do perfect on the map, let's say, I'm gonna count some of the forecasting with the system we had prior. How far out, how well we were able to do that. I'm gonna try to account that into a little bit of the grade, just barely of the snow map grade. So, um, but I'm happy with how we forecasted this so far. We just got to finish this out, right? Kobe said, "Job not finished. Job ain't finished." Let's see if this did the same thing as well. I think so. I believe so. I don't know actually. What is this? What will this show here? Let me look at the 200 jet here. Taking a look at our boy, the Euro AI. Okay. Mm, well, it's further back, but I don't love that. Now that was different. It's further back. I'm not sure I love that. I don't know. The P-type map on these, when you get closer to the system, can be pretty sketchy. They can be pretty sketchy. Obviously, 12 was highest, and then 18. I'm not sure what happened on all the guidance, but it had some fun. Um, and I don't think, well, there you go. It showed it. There we go. So it did reflect it a little bit initially, and I'm not sure the precip reflects this fully. I'm not sure the precip reflects this fully, and I want to see the ensemble guidance. I think the ensemble guidance has been better than the operational at showing the system here. But what it does show, it's very much in agreement on, is look at the overrunning on. This I agree with. You see this all the way back here. These people are not expecting. They've been told for this system, nothing. You're not even sniffing snow, and they're gonna see potentially plowable snowfall in some of those places. Right into here, all these places here. I'm telling you, plowable snowfall. That's what I think. I think that's what's gonna happen here. And remember what I said that I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna take a guess here. Clippers galore probably next week. Keep an eye on that around Wednesday, Thursday as well. Clipper, maybe some redevelopment possible. We'll see. And then you can clearly see that, yeah, there's going to be something. There's going to be something. That reminds me, there's going to be something to keep an eye on later next week. So we're not done yet. We're not done tracking with stuff. I'm going to be very, 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 very busy. I assume so. Now, I do fear with that one a little bit of suppression a little bit initially, but there's also maybe it's split up into two parts, and maybe the first part is further southeast, and then the second part kind of redevelops. But I don't want to dive into that yet. I want to focus on the current system. Forecast for Greensboro, North Carolina. Oof. It's a tough call. Awesome, Joseph. Thank you for coming in. But let me get to. I want to give this person here a good answer. For Greensboro out there in northern central Carolina, I believe it is Greensboro. But I think Greensboro can see some snow out of this. I do. Um, but I'm not sure how much accumulating snow actually. see here what our boy the euro is. It still is just it's never it's just not going to pick up with this system. 18Z had just a little. I'm just not sure at any point. At any point in this system, I think the euro best picked up on what was going to happen. At any point, one of the worst performances from start to finish I think I've seen here. One of the worst. Attaboy, yeah. Attaboy euro. That's just it. I think this is going to be a brutal performance here for the euro. But yeah, I think on the backside you have a shot. You could maybe see if you're lucky you could get 1 to 3 inches in Greensboro. That you at least have the chance to. You at least have the chance to. Let me go. But I really worry about the saturation aspect. I really do worry. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. But now you could really overperform, and the NAM is like the NAM looks like it's teasing some people. I'm sure there's some people in South and North Carolina, our boy Mitch West, that are praying. I'm not sure how much this is going to verify because all of this is on the cold air pressing in, but there is a chance. There is a chance. And it wouldn't shock me if this is even further northwest. And I think this could end up looking more vertical too. See how it's like this and then it's like this? It's like S-shaping. It's like looking like the upper level jet kind of, so to say, but I think this could look a little bit more vertical. And here's the one thing you have to remember. The main part of this system is still another day away, technically, guys. The main part of this system for New England is still another 24 hours away almost. So that's one thing you have to remember. But you have a chance. You have a chance there in Greensboro, I think. I would play it conservative in Greensboro, I would say. But here are the ranges, I'll say. And these apply to some other places in the South as well. I would say coating to 1, where maybe you get a trace as you kind of your floor. Maybe you get some flakes, and maybe you get a coating to an inch as a floor. And then you have a chance for 1 to 3 as well. And then your ceiling could be, several inches of snowfall or more. That could be your ceiling with the system. Let's see here. I want to get to that. So you have a chance. But it's not a set in stone. It's a really difficult forecast for those areas. It's a very difficult forecast, and I guess the same sentiment could really apply to back here on down to the Gulf Coast in Georgia. We talked about this. It's real. It's good. It's going to be a boomer bust down there. It's going to be a boomer bust. I don't have the best feel for those places yet. Do I think the P-type maps could overperform? They could, yeah. Do you think the moisture for the second part is under forecasted for the expansion? Maybe on the precipitation maps, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. Warning potential, I think absolutely. I don't. They probably won't post them until it's too late, but I think so. I think so. Absolutely, I think so. Um, you think national weather? Yeah, I don't know. What does it remind you of? Seems like I'll be busy plowing. I think I think Kevin still has the best poll. I think February 5th, 2016. I think that is one of the better polls that I found right now, with the system, the orientation, the similarities, um, the timing of the northwest trend, the fact that nobody I think was calling for a good amount of snow before then. Um, so yeah, I think that's the closest. That's the closest thing I can find right now. It's hard. I didn't wasn't forecasting as really much in 2016, so I can't really tell you that I have a good answer for that. But that's kind of my thought process there. Yeah, I got 7 inches of snow today and no winter storm warning. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just it's the nature of the setup, and oftentimes they don't with with the elevation stuff, but they could have. I mean, there was a lot of places that saw 4, 5, 6 inches of snow across New England today, and Northeast PA, Hudson Valley, North Jersey. Right, there was a lot. I mean, I had a little, 2.5, just over 2.5 inches of snow, and nobody was forecasting me more than a coating to one, except myself at least, and maybe some others. But you remember what we said here, right? I thought it was going to be, listen, these areas, they overperform my forecast a little bit. I'm not going to lie. They did a little bit for sure. Some of these areas down into here. I was thinking more coding to two down here, and it was like more like 1 to 3. And then, and I don't want to draw that, but, and then back into these areas here, it was all like 3 to 6, 4 to 8 inches. Like it was pretty notable, right? Back, it may even further back. And then a bunch of it too here. This was all of these areas here were 3 to 6, 4 to 8, and then we were forecasting. You guys mentioned, I said the higher elevations. We were thinking, right, potentials for 5 to 8, 5 to 10, kind of. We were thinking those high, but only the higher elevations, right, in those places. And then for the rest of the people, we were thinking 2 to 5, 3 to 6, and wherever the map was, I forget. And so that was my thought process. That was my thought process. And you saw model guidances, notice the changes they made, and then pulled it further southeast as well. So that was, right. That was just the precursor. That was part one of this system here, right? The snowpack is going to be fantastic after this system, and it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. So you better make sure your snow removal is good, because we're going to get cold, very cold after this. We're going to have multiple Arctic outbreaks next week, multiple. So it's going to be very cold. How far west do you personally believe the P-type map for the second? I'm going to call it second part. I think, in my opinion, it's the same system. Um, that's just me being semantics. I'm going to call it semantical. I'm not sure if that's a word, but that's what I'm going to go with. Um, but yeah, I'm fully expecting the precip shield. I agree with that. I mean, I agree with the idea here. And bloody, I don't know, what were you saying about the the HRR? I'm not sure what you were saying. So I'll try to make it a little bit clearer. Not that you're not onto something. I just give me a little bit clearer of ideas to understand it. Sorry, my mind's working. But I mean, let's just look at the current. Let's look at the water vapor right now. I haven't checked in a little bit now, so as Tatum sighs very loudly. Yeah, look at the upper level. Look at the upper. We're gonna zoom in for a little bit for you guys. There we go. I like that one. Me gusta. All right. But you see the upper level water vapor here? Look at this. Look at the expansion. Yep. This has definitely happened. And look at this piece coming in from behind as well. Look at the vertical. You see the verticalness of this piece here? You see how this is sinking in? If what models were suggesting is this was going to press. And that was not what I thought was going to happen. Look at this neat feature here. Look at this feature here. Hold up, I got to look at that a second in the East Pack. Look at that. It's got a low level spin too. Is that a subtropical system trying to form right there in the East Pack? Very, very interesting. That will play a part for next week. New HR picking up on more morning snow than it showed at 0Z. Very interesting. Okay. I thought you were providing more than that. You got to give me more than that, bloody. No, I'm just messing. But go back to the upper level. And that's the key here. And look at this. Now the moisture, this is getting pulled up. This is exactly what we want to see. And the more this here, good, we're getting vertical. You see already now? Look, now we're getting vertical. We're getting vertical now with this system. Everything's rising. We were already rising, but now we really are. This is dropping. Jesus, Tatum, you're making loud noises. You know that? Now you're backing up the Brinks truck. Where are you going? And so look at, you can see the axis. You can see in real time here how quickly the axis of the trough is swinging, is changing here. You see this? This was, and now look at it. It's changing in real time right here. You can see it. Look at the moisture that's getting pulled up here. All of this here, this is deep tropical moisture that's going to get pulled up. It's going to get ingested into the system. There's a moisture tail from the East Pack here. You can see that from the East Pacific. Look at the moisture tail with this system. This is getting ingested. This is pulling some of that into the system here. Now I want to see how much convection over these areas forms. I want to see. The more and more that forms further north and west, or I'll say, and/or, the more this gets pulled in, the better. But here's another thing you got to remember. Again, the CPC, I don't even think the CPC. I saw a CPC Outlook say something different. I thought, but again, link rules. That's why we don't rely on the CPC for long range forecasting. We kind of do our own thing here. I know some people can just pull up the NOAA maps and those things, and then they'll say, "Oh, it changed," and sometimes that's not true in reality. Yo, you had 5 inches in Allentown there. Empire. You have a long name, so I'm just going to call you Empire. But that's impressive. Yeah, the trough is tilting fast. And you can also see here, look at the moisture from the Pacific here that's getting dropped in. And it's cold Arctic air. So this is getting ingested into the backside. This piece here is the key. This piece dropping in vertically to help the trough start to swing is the key. And man, the more that this is the key now, guys, over the next 6 to 12 hours, especially, and everything will be. Everything's important. Everything is important. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, link rules, a little bit. But listen, the CPC, there's plenty of smart people there. But the forecast they produce, I just don't happen to agree with a lot. That's it. Dylan, again, I think snowstorm for Providence. That's my opinion. You might start off a little bit of white rain potentially to start tomorrow, but throughout the day you're going to continue to get colder. Expect light to moderate snow to develop throughout the day, and then once the sun sets, I think that's when we start getting to our peak time frame. But yeah. Yes, we do have a good crowd tonight. Shout out to everybody in here. Be sure, if you don't mind, to hit the like. That would be very much appreciated. If you don't mind, also you can consider, you can consider joining the channel, and you can also send super chats now as well. We are recently monetized, thanks to you all. Has nothing to do with me. If you don't show up, and support the stream, then it does nothing. So I very much appreciate you all. I very much appreciate you all in here right now. So uh, we're gonna make a snow map as well. Keep that in mind. After we're done with the analysis, we're gonna make a snow map. The NWS not being. I mean, listen. You can't give them that. You can't give them that much leeway, though, in my opinion. Like, those long range CPC forecasts are not a viable. They're not a viable thing to do. Maybe a little bit, Ashan. Maybe a little bit. It's possible. It would be minimal, but it could play a little bit of impact. So you just got to keep that in mind. That that you just that's not always. I like to be someone, like, I like to be a truth teller. I'm not perfect. I am nowhere near perfect. I'm not, and I don't claim to be an expert almost ever. But I like to think I'm very good, and I take time, and I'm precise, and I'm careful, and I work really hard at what I do to try to help give you guys the best feedback for what might happen. And so you got to keep that in mind with all these forecasts, that sometimes the National Weather Service, the CPC, are very late to the party with some of that stuff. As good as anybody be. Yeah, well, I think Pete. That's Pete Bouchard, and I think Pete is very good. And Pete, as much as I don't love the maps, I like a lot of the. Listen, I like a lot of the Boston weather meteorologists. They're great. We follow each other, a lot of them. I just, the maps that get produced and that matter, I just don't always agree with a lot, and that's just my opinion. But yeah, so here with this system, and again, I also said for next week, I also said that suppression is a risk. I've said that the entire time for the first part of the system. So keep that in mind before we assume everybody here. We're not even talking about next week. Let's focus on right now. I don't even want to throw stuff out there that I'm not ready to deep dive on that yet. So anything you notice on the Nowcast? Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're currently talking about. I thought we were more on a professional relationship. You acknowledge my comment. Who's been with you? I'm reading off. I got a lot to do here. I got a lot to do here, NC player. I got a lot to do, but how you doing? But yeah, so this piece here, you can see it diving in. And look at this. This right here is what's getting pulled. This right here is getting pulled into our system. All this, you see it? Now we'll see how much of this gets pulled. We'll see here specifically how much, and that will be an important part. That will be an important part. But I'm liking what we're seeing right here. Just continue to work vertically. But the more this is progressive for longer, the harder it is to get those preset back up. Because we are not talking about next week right now. I'm sorry, we're just not. We're we're focused right now. We are focusing on this system here. I'm trying to forecast this. All that dry air in Texas, this is the upper level. What are you? No, this is the upper level. There's supposed to be. This is a mid-latitude cyclone. There's supposed to be dry air in it. That's what it starts as. I'm sorry. That's not. That the system is supposed to have. It's a mid-latitude cyclone. That's meteorology. That's really simple meteorology right there. So, The system is supposed to. So that I'm not. That's really not an important piece there. Let's try to focus here, people. Let's try to focus. Okay. I appreciate the comments and everybody trying to, but let's focus here on what's important. And you can kind of see here at the mid levels. I don't know. See, player here, you are your own man. And so this so this piece dives down and this starts rising the height lines. The sooner we go negative, the more we're going to pull in. That's just the reality. I know you are, Celtic Supreme. I know you are. But let's see how much. Oh, and what I was going to say is, look at, so we do this with tropical cyclones as well, but you know, with the system here, look at the timing of when this is swinging over the Gulf here. You see that? You see the timing? What do we talk about a lot of times with tropical cyclones is when is diurnal maximum, meaning at nighttime, when it's colder, it allows cloud tops to become colder and allows convection easier to pop. Usually, that's why hurricanes tend to usually more rapidly intensify at nighttime. But the same process stays true. Convection is convection. And so this is happening at diurnal maximum when this is swinging through. That's just not how it works, my man. It's just not how it works at all. That's just not how it works. Again, respectfully, it's just not. Eventually, yes, the system will end if that's what you're saying, but what you're saying does not have merit right now. Again, we gotta focus here. If this is not dry air in Texas, is in the Southwest, is not our concern in the mid levels that far. It's not even close to our concern here. And then remember, this gets pulled in. All of this convection here happening towards diurnal maximum, I think, is going to help. And it's at this stage that it's very important too. You have to remember, a lot of these sea surface temperatures here are above average in the Gulf too. So that's helping. A lot of these temperatures here are above average. Very rather warm. And so this gets pulled up in, and the sooner this amplifies, I mean, I'm not going to keep going back and forth with this. I mean, if you're thinking that we're going to get 1 to 2 feet here, I've never said that. So I've never said this is going to be a 2-foot major snowstorm, if that's what you're thinking. So I don't know. I really, we really gotta focus in here. We gotta lock in because trying to debate about the meteorology of upper level setups is not important right now at all. And so I think this could help. I think this could help with diurnal maximum here, of when this is swinging through, to allow more convection to pop. And again, the more you get initially, the more that gets pulled into the system ahead of time. There's the low level. Take a look at the low levels too. It's getting there, and you can see this is what's feeding. Right in here, you can see this getting going here. Low level water vapor right here. It's already getting going. Already getting going here. There's all this in here. This is going to get pulled up. All of this. The precip shield here is going to be is looking impressive. But what happens? But what right now? This is very important. So yes, the overrunning stuff is going to play a factor, and it's going to allow just It's going to allow you to produce snow. But this right here, a lot of this, what's happening back here is key. And that's what this is what gets pulled into the system here. This deep, this cold, dry air, right? All of this cold, right? This is cold, right? Cold air that gets pulled in the system, right? Cold air. And the warm, moist air meets that cold, dry air on the other side. And this is what helps create the magic here. And so this gets pulled up, and then within that region, this is where you get the magic to happen. Right? That's the simple basics behind our setup that we were discussing. But you can also see, yeah, I think the snow is going to get going tomorrow morning, like we discussed. And like said in Kevin, it's coming in. Look how late it's coming in. This piece is very late traveling, and it's difficult for models to pick up on that. So this piece coming in very, very late is difficult for model guidance to pick up on. And also, thunder snow, I don't know about that. I guess anytime you get heavy snow, there's a chance for thunder snow, but I'm not sure about that. But you see this system up here? Look at all of this. And this is the system that we had today right here. So that had to happen. All of this had to happen. This guy had to come in and swing through. And then you have your main system here. But look what we're doing here. Look at the Atlantic ridging we have in place. That was the key. That was the Atlantic ridging now allows precip. You see how the ridge here does not allow precip to go here? That Atlantic ridging forces precip to work vertically up the coast. That's why we talk about that. Atlantic ridging. Yes, the system is going negative. The system will go negative tomorrow. Get to the upper levels, but you can see. Look, you see how large the system is. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare for models. This for between here, first initial. It's just a lot. It's a lot for guidance to pick up on. So you got to give it some leeway. You got to give guidance some leeway, but you also got to go with the meteorology. And the meteorology right here in this system supports a snowstorm happening, and that's the reality. And we're just gonna see it. We're just gonna see it happen, and there is nothing at this point that to me suggests we're not gonna get a snowstorm tomorrow out of this, especially for New England. Oh yeah, NC player. Of course we do. That is that's my mojo right there. In fact, you reminded me. I have a YouTube short about that I've been holding on to for a long time to post about that. That I did a breakdown on that. That I need to post that at some point. I have content in the storage unit here that I can post. I find this interesting because last week Zero was showing the system blowing up. The models backed off, back to and forth. Well, that's just model guidance in a nutshell right there. How do we get to a KU? I don't know what you mean by that. You're not setting me up, are you? Or did you just say something that... I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing on satellite right now. I want to zoom in one more. I doubt Varga. We're not gonna be. I don't think we're gonna be cold enough to start to have too many Varga concerns at the surface. At the surface, in the upper levels, we're pretty cold right now. We're so we're pretty solid. No. Long range stuff, but the latest hero is the most brutal cold I've seen since 2015. Don't even get me started. Don't even get started. Don't even get me started on that. On that, Liam. Don't fall for the trap. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, let's just. I don't know what. Listen, I'm not an expert, so I don't know every weather term. But I don't know what that that might be a term. I'm not. Listen, I don't know every weather. I don't claim to be an expert. I had to self teach this to myself. I did not get a meteorology degree. I had to self teach. Yeah, so you guys see that I don't know every term. I don't claim to be an expert. Wait a second, hold up. That actually it sounds familiar, but um, but we have like the Nisus scale. Okay, that's what you're talking about. All right, now you're all confusing me. Now you're now I'm overthinking my head here, and I'm getting away from. But yeah, I know what the Nisus scale is. I know what the scale. I don't know about the scale. There's like with the Nisus scale, there's such certain things that have to happen with that, so that's very tricky. I just forecast the snow. But looking here at the upper levels, just keep amplifying. I really just keep seeing right in here. Hopefully, we get more and more convection to pop here, so this moisture feed gets pulled in. But you can see it. You can see it starting to get pulled here. Looks like a little bit of help from the Yucatan potentially. These thunderstorms over here, maybe a little bit of help. The friction between the ocean, maybe a little bit of help here potentially. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, those guys made the Nisa scale. Okay, so that's why it sounded vaguely familiar, but I haven't referred to those in that way since. Again, so I'm not always going to know every term. I'm pretty upfront about that. That I'm not going to know every term, but at the same time, and that's because I didn't do I didn't do like 8 years of meteorology school. I took some meteorology classes, but I never got a degree for it. I never got a degree for it. User scale is a fraud. It has the Blizzard of 2013 as only a Cat 3. I think it has to do with how many people get hit. Coach Theo Missoula. I think it has to do with how many people get hit. And so I think that's what it has to do with. But let's check out our ensemble guidance here. I want to see if this is going to be stuck at hour 12. Oh, you son of a. Oh, wait, there we go. So we'll see it 500, see if there was anything. How does that compare? It's hard to compare the run to run though. Let me see if I can. I'll just do this. No, I have to do it on the ensemble. I can't compare then. I wish I could compare. Well, yeah, no, I'm aware of kind of how the NISA scale works. I just think it's I think population density is not accounted for, or should be. Like if you get like a 2 foot blizzard from Long Island, Connecticut, Boston, Maine, that should be way up there. That should be way up there. Let's see here. Okay. Let's get reflected a little bit. Will it? No. Actually, it doesn't. It goes the opposite. Interesting. I wonder if there's. Yeah, it goes the opposite, the ensemble. Well, this pushed further northwest. I gotta see. I gotta see the panels. I gotta see the panels here. I want to know if there's models that are skewing. Stop that 30. $26 through 50. There's some skew in the mean, I think. Let's see here. Let's see here. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's some skewers. I don't think I don't listen. We had the ensemble support here was a bit different, as you can see. 12Z. And then 0 is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. But as you get closer, that doesn't always mean it's incredibly more accurate, but a little bit harder to would I prefer to have this scene right now? Absolutely, but it has no impact on the final result. And it's hard too much. It's hard too much as well because we only have so much frame of reference. We know the AI guidance is improved from the operational guidance a lot of the time, but we do not know necessarily, all of these. We don't know all the specifics behind, and we don't have enough events to tally this for some specifics like this. Now, the specifics of like the general idea of systems, I think we have, a better idea about that. But we'll see if I will say the main part of the system you have to remember is still about 24 hours away, maybe a little bit less than that. It's like in terms of from the OZ guidance, it's still a long ways to go. I know it's short time, but it's a lot. Like look when the upper level energy still has to like that's still a while away. All of this that happens out ahead is overrunning. It's gotten going out in front. This is the main batch right here. This is the main batch. And 12Z was just boom, and then 18Z, all the guidance did something funky. And then 0Z. But I like the increase of the Atlantic ridging. I like that. In theory, I'm not sure I agree with the ensemble mean here, but to each its own. Not the end all be all. I'm kind of going to look chat for a second. I would like to see some soundings, but I'm not going to pull them up on tidbits because and I'm not going to pull up on tidbits on my Mac because it's been ruining, as you know, my it's been ruining my forecasting. Man, those soundings for tomorrow look juicy. There's some heavy snow in some of those soundings there. They're showing it, showing that idea. Yeah, there could be a time frame there. Uncle, you break down the 25th, 27th. Yeah, we'll mention it. Yeah, it'll be that time frame and the overrunning snow that gets out ahead and is going to start. And this is interesting here. I know you can't. Well, I suppose I can pull up Pivotal. It's just going to drain a lot of battery. I'm going to take this off for a second. We can come back to that. So one thing you have to remember with model snowfall maps is they do not they don't account for lift. That's nothing. So none of those snowfall maps, especially 10 to 1. Kachera accounts for temperature in the column, does not account for lift. And this is something we mention every single system. And why is it? I hate this setup. Why did it? It looks cooler, but I hate that it changed. I'm not sure. All right, this is chaotic. Playoff game and yeah, Foxborough, you'll get overrun in snow tomorrow. But I'm looking at it, and yes, temps start a little bit, but snow is snow. That's one thing you have to remember. And we're going to be well set. We're going to be pretty well saturated. There'll be a minor dew point depression maybe to start, but you're going to get overrunning snow. And I think there'll be enough lift. You're going to be well saturated is one good thing. Pretty well saturated. And I think you're going to get enough lift there in that rate along see that right over those 200. Usually you can kind of look closer over to 200. I'm telling you, there's going to be some pretty solid lift, I think, within those areas tomorrow morning. I will even extend down into these places here. There will be some decent lift to work with tomorrow morning. I'm telling you, tomorrow morning, I'm very intrigued about. Very intrigued about to get started here. Because one thing that kind of works in our favor here potentially. Now, someone's not going to be happy tomorrow morning, maybe, because you might start as some rain in some places. You just might. Some of these places here, you're going to finish as snow on the second half of the system, but tomorrow morning, some places here, Long Island is possible. You may start. And so you gotta keep that in mind a little bit. So something I'm gonna be watching, but right on the other side of that, it's almost a little bit of a coastal front setup. Right on the other side, whoever is just on the other side is probably gonna rip snow. Probably gonna rip snow tomorrow morning. But the precip shield is going to I'm telling you, it's going to extend back all the way back here. And you have the jet streak overhead. You're going to have some lift present tomorrow. So some of those places that and again, don't worry about temperatures. It's going to snow. Your upper levels are cold enough. I'm telling you, we have pretty solid upper level cold air to start. I'd expect a lot of half-inch to maybe even some inch per hour rates at some point. Now at the surface, again, temperature maybe during during the day, like during the afternoon, maybe. And then this is where your best lift will start to move over. These places here. There'll be some pretty good lift probably tomorrow afternoon with the overrunning, I think. That they can maybe do okay. And then really though, it's what happens in right around sunset and after. And we'll see though how much up the coast can this get? How much can the precip shield hold on the backside of the second part of this here? Back into these places here. That's going to be interesting. But you just got to do the math too, right? Let's say and we're going to be making the snowfall map here in very very soon. So keep that in mind. I'm not stalling you for longer. You guys know I really love doing the analysis. Do the math. These places here, 3, 4, 5s. I mean, let me get to I think the NAM might have a little bit better idea on this aspect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe a little break. 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. Like if you're gonna snow for that long, at least if you're gonna snow for like 8 to 12 hours at decent rates, not maybe not super heavy, but decent enough, might do well. Part two rolls through, and I'm gonna be really curious with part two because you might have a chance. I'm telling you, New York City, Jersey Coast, even Long Island, all those places for the second part of the system. All those places. At this point, cold air is on the backside. And we'll see about the Jersey coast. I may have to lean now dynamic cooling. If dynamic cooling can play a factor, that'd be nice. But the inversion possibly the warm air just above the surface levels would something that I'm gonna watch. So right here, some of these areas here, I'm gonna watch. That could be a close one. But heavier banding that pulls in more cold air, better dynamics, and there's some sneaky overperformance potential in some of these areas. Sneaky. But yeah, there's going to be there's going to be, especially in the morning, I'm telling you, it could be some sneaky precip rates, and then maybe there's a little bit of lag in between. We'll see if there is. And then there's going to be some heavy snowfall rates after dark tomorrow across New England. And I mean, you're going to get some pretty solid precip shield extending back all the way back to, yes, even maybe the Canadian border. All of this. Just backing the flow off the ocean. Especially the more vertical the low pressure system can get, meaning the more north this can track here, the longer that precip shield is going to hold on. It might not be till Monday morning. You see that? Look at that. Still more left. And I don't know what this is going to look like, but it gives you perspective. That may not be fully accurate, but it was the 10 to 1. Let's see, it's a little bit higher, so maybe ratios it might be slightly pasty, but I think back in the interior, there's going to be pretty good cold air. So, especially aloft. The cold air aloft will be pretty solid. So ratios may not be perfect, but I think we'll get enough forcing here to do the trick. And this is, again, probably, I don't know about the specifics of it. Maybe it looks a little different, but we'll see. Euro is smoking, showing. I see going under -5 3 times. Do you think the storm? No. NC player, no. Frederick, Maryland, too far west. Maybe a little bit. But I think you could get some overrunning snow tonight. So you probably get a little bit of accumulating snow just from the overrunning to start, and then but you'll miss out on the main show. I'm going very close to Mikasa, but I'm going to show you. Take a look. You see that? there. About there. See the lift in the dendritic growth zone? Very solid. Very well saturated too. Very well saturated. And so you're going to get some nice dendrites. You're going to get good dendrites. And, you know, one thing I love is that the heaviest snow too, never hurts, is going to fall, you know, during the PM and overnight. So I think that is another thing too, that, you know, it's not during the daytime. Now there'll be snow during the day too, but the biggest portion for here is going to be probably after sunset or around then and after. Let's go near New York City. See that? Solid, not as big on that one, but still solid lift throughout the dendritic growth zone. 33 at the surface, but 32 very well saturated. Winds are relatively light towards the surface as well. You see how your stronger winds way up in the atmosphere, your winds aren't super strong here at the surface. So that will, you're not going to break up the snowflakes terribly. See, let's go to the next tower here. And remember, the longer you go with this system, the more cold air in place. Let's see here. Oh, it's just solid here. Right here on the back side of this system. You see that? Very well saturated. There's the top of your dendritic growth zone right there. And the length too, I like that. The longer the dendritic growth zone is, the more time for it to build up. So it's not going to be a super shallow dendritic growth zone, and you're going to be consistent lift throughout as well. That's something you like to see, and the lift increases towards the middle and the bottom of the dendritic growth zone, which is good too. Because imagine the snowflake starts right here, and then the more time it has, the longer. If it has a bigger zone to make snowflakes, then it's gonna imagine if there's less cars on the highway, or let's say if there's bigger lanes, you're gonna have an easier time driving, right? The Kramer bit in Seinfeld, when he paints the lanes, he wants bigger lanes. I want wider lanes. Kind of imagine that there's more time for the snowflake to build up, and the dendritic growth zone is where it's created. That might be more here. That's right around here-ish. Right around there-ish, and then you can see it almost tilts, but right here. And that little bit of a warm nose right here at the mid-levels, always not a bad thing. You see it's a little minor? It usually means that's where your forcing is coming from with this system. That's where your best forcing is, at the mid-levels, and that's what you want to see as well. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I saw some. I wanted to make sure I saw some soundings. Let's see here, get some more. Yeah, it's pretty. Again, we're not going to be amazing, but I don't play it. I'm not going to go over the top. I'm not. I just don't want to risk it. We've forecasted the system well enough that It's tempting in theory, but let me take a look at satellite again. See, now what I'm doing is I'm trying to put together my thoughts for my snow map that we're going to make here in a second. You can start to see the flow here, right here. This is what's working up. This is going to be our morning batch here. Right here. This is the morning batch that's going to be coming through. So we'll be lifting through. I want to see, let me see something. I love some of that. Reminds me of Papa Elf. But let's go to here. Man, look at the water vapor signal there. That's impressive. That's what I'm saying. How much of this early on gets pulled up? How much? I'm going to do some kind of analysis here. So don't mind the silence. It's just me focusing hard right now. I mean, trying to pinpoint, kind of do some model comparative analysis. Let's get to the mid levels. No, stop it there. All right. Oh yeah. Let me zoom in a little bit more here. No, stop it right there. Don't worry, NC player. You are appreciated. But let me compare here. I don't know. That looks like a little bit. That looks like a little bit more by the Yucatan there than the GFS is showing. You see that? Look at that. Look at here. Look at right here, guys. See that? It's a little bit more zoomed in. Let me go look at Cuba. It's got the Cuba stuff. Heavy enough though? Let me go it's looking solid. I think listen, my foot gripped. You can't tell, but I can tell. That's for sure. And let's see the East Pack because this is the direct flow into this too. This is the direct flow into the system right here. Let's pause it exactly at it. So this is an important part. You have to understand why am I looking at this right now? And this and for me guys, this is more entertaining almost than anything else. This is more important. It's testing my skills as comparative analysis. Right? You can't just look at what you want to see. You got to look at what's actually happening. That's a key part. Um, and then B, this is the direct tail to our moisture feed for our system. So the more we pull in, the more we amplify, the better. And also, I'm looking at, you see how Mississippi, well, the color scale may not be different, but that little sliver here, it's an indicator maybe. That's barely further northwest, maybe barely than what the GFS shows. And the GFS is you got to remember the GFS showed a solid storm on the 0Z. The GFS was still solid. So my thought process is, well, let's see what that shows and let's compare. East Pack. I'm telling you, I think that my theory is diurnal maximum here is going to play a part to help with is going to play a part to help with being able to maximize 2 feet of snow in Lubbock. Well, we will. You get 2 feet before me, we'll riot in the streets of Massachusetts. But I'm looking at this here. This stands out. I really think that the friction along the Yucatan and the ocean, along with diurnal maximum, really allowing these thunderstorms to pop. And this is what's going to get pulled into the flow here. Pretty cool though how amazing model guidance is. I know it's 6 hours out, but you see that little pop there? You see the GFS pick up on that? Right there, that little pop. It's kind of interesting how good sometimes that the model guidance can actually be compared to thinking, even though the specifics are different. See, this is important. The reason why I'm looking at The reason I don't think I skipped you. I've been skeptical about the P-type map since this became a genuine signal. It screams expanded and plus the precip. Yes, Jude, I would lose. We would riot. But lake effect into Western PA will be huge tomorrow night. What? Tomorrow? Well, there'll be notable like lake effect after this. But right in here is an important spot. This is an important spot. And then all of this is gonna get into it as well. It's gonna meet up with it. If we weren't going negative here, this would be a no go for the system. The key is we go negative. There's a lot of convection going on at the East Pack right now. There's a lot of East Pack convection. Uh, I'm just going back and forth. You got to realize I'm about to make the snow map. I'm about to make the snow map. I know I've said that for a bit, but I'm also not going to sacrifice. I'm not going to sacrifice my. I'm not going to sacrifice making the map because I'm on stream. I need to do this. It's not that I don't have my general. I'm very confident. It's the exact specifics of the maps and the totals. That's the only thing right now that I'm going back and forth on. That's the only thing. This is going to overperform then bust. Okay. NWS Gray Area in Albany, huge expansion wins with the Snow Mounts box and OKX coming up next. Yay, snow maps. Papa Elf tell me. NWS says NYC 3 to 6 now. Well, what have I been saying? The NWS is listening to my stream. Have to be. Have to be listening to my stream here. I agree with that. I agree with that. You see, it's never about an NWS thing. It's always about me and my thought process. It's never personal with anything. It is always whatever my thought process is. And if someone else happens to agree with it, then I always like to see why a little bit. Expanded their warnings? They put warnings out, really? Or their advisory? They're copying it. That's when you know. I doubt they watch anything that I do. Well, I not actually that may not be true. There's a fair amount of NWS employees that follow me and I follow them back because they do a lot of good work. The National Weather Service is super important. It's super important. So anybody that's willing to take that job, that government job, and maybe sacrifice a little bit to help our country. I really admire it. It's very helpful. So advisories. I'm just trying to piece together. It's really difficult. Nice, nice flex. It's not a flex. It's not a flex. It's just a reality. I'm not. I don't gotta. It's not a flex or anything. I mean, it's not like. Listen, I do. I mean, what are we at? I think we're close to 9,000. I think somewhere close to that. And we're over 8,000 on X. So it's just a lot. It's not just a lot of people. It's just that doesn't make me an extreme expert or anything. It's just people people like to hear my thoughts apparently. But the follower count is not going to determine how I forecast a storm. I'll tell you that right now. The minute that happens, it means my account got hacked. I know you are. I know you are. Uh, I'm just pointing out because it certainly adds to the confidence the idea the snow shield gets that far west. Yeah, I'm not worried about the snow shield at all right now. I'm really trying to pinpoint right now with totals, and I'm not trying to tease any of you with the snow map making it all right now. I'm just genuinely trying to pinpoint in my head before I put out that map. Before I put out that map, that is going to have a bunch of people going, uh, whatever, like the general stuff. Before I put that out, and again, that really though, that's not really going to affect my how I make the map. I'm just going to make it how I think it's going to happen. But will there be snow in the Florida Panhandle? There's a chance. There is a chance. There is very much a chance. It's boom or bust though. I hate to say it. It's going to be a nowcast thing. I could not give you a good feel on that. You could get nothing, and you could get a couple inches of snow as well. I could see you getting multiple inches of snow. I could also see you getting nothing, and maybe flurries if you're lucky. So it's a wild, wild forecast for the Gulf Coast with this one. Wild, wild forecast. The SREFs went up. We can take a look. It's snowing in Louisiana right now. Are you serious? Don't troll me. Don't troll me now. Are you being serious? I guess we gotta look at rate. I'm gonna look at radar too before we via radar. Okay, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. No, I don't think he's trying to troll. I don't think you're trying to troll him, man, at all. Oh, thank you, NC player. I'm not ignoring. I'm not. Listen, there's a lot of people. There's more people than I'm used to in here. So I'm missing some chats. I'm going doing a lot. I'm not calling you a troll. No, I'm not calling anybody a troll here. No, I'm not calling anybody a troll. Um, what was I going to look at? The stress. I guess in theory, I'm looking at radar scope and I see the sleet line. I see the sleet line right now. If you really zoom in here, it's like right here. I see it. So there's a chance that so there's a chance what they're saying. There could be some merit to it. Right here in the northeastern end of the boot in Louisiana. And maybe on the other side. There's a chance. There's a chance. So here's the thing, though. I want you guys to be wary of with the with the overrunning stuff. The Just because it's getting, if we're to get here sooner, it doesn't mean it is it that is necessarily a good thing. Not that it's a bad thing. Just well, just keep that in mind because really, it's what happens. It's really what's going to happen back here is the main show. This is not this is more important for the overall aspect. Now, for people out here, no, this is what's going to be a key factor out in Pennsylvania, upstate New York. That's what's going to be a key factor. And I don't know. The sounding does not. The surface. You gotta look at the surface temps. I want to look at the surface temps in Louisiana right now. They're not. They're not. They're not cold enough. They're not cold enough. They're not cold enough in those places there. If precip holds on for long enough, then maybe they will. Maybe. And if that were the case, that would be a good sign for us. But I would say nothing more than flurries at best for those places. But I will say here, if you do snow on the Gulf Coast, it's probably going to be moderate to heavy snow. And it's going to be overnight into the morning if you are to, if you're able. It's going to be straight dynamic cooling, I'm telling you, is what it would be. I'm looking at some soundings off the screen right now. Your lift in the Denver Grove zone is going to be fantastic. There's a chance. There's a legit chance for coating to 1 to 3 inches of snow to break out, and maybe Georgia has the best chance for long enough. Maybe somewhere in the I mean, it is. What were we going to look at though? The SREFs. You took my advice for when to drive. I'm glad. Glad it hopes that worked out. Yeah, the SREFs are definitely juiced. How does that compare to 21? Yeah, that's a notable difference. Or 15 more. Well, 15 was there. That was 21. That was 03. Is that a sign? You remember the 03 SREFs did this last night, and what happened at 06? You remember what happened at 06 then? telling you. I want to focus on the before. Listen, we're making this. Don't. I'm not teasing. I'm not trying to tease the snow map. I'm really. We're gonna focus on the analysis for just a little bit here, just a little bit longer here, because what's happening on the Gulf Coast is really interesting right now. Really, really interesting. And I find, and it's history, guys. When it snows on the Gulf Coast and it's accumulating, it's always history. I find it fascinating. Radar looks already better than HR, and it's way colder. It's 25 here in Southern Connecticut. Has me at 33, and that is a good sign then for accumulating this stuff in the morning here. It's definitely interesting there on the refs. And yeah, yeah, pretty big lake effect event does happen after too. Those Bills players are going to come back to a snowstorm there in their spot. Actually, they may be off. They might be in Cancun already by the time the lake effect snow happens. You know how brutal it is to lose the game, and then but the quarterback you lost to is playing on a broken ankle. Come on, Patriots, Patriots, please, please tomorrow. Come on, there's a real pathway to the Super Bowl. You just gotta win. You just gotta win tomorrow. Come on, come on. Snow, please slow down Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Please, please. I'm begging you. Come on, I need it. Uh, let's see. I still find it crazy how the second season running a county in Florida has a winter storm warning before me and Lehigh. Did they? Did they put winter storm warnings out that for that? Are there winter storm warnings out right now for the Florida Gulf Coast? Yeah, that was not. But honestly, was the 49ers was that not predictable a little bit? Like you at some point, and also they did not have a good showing versus them the previous time. Man, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this here. I'm loving. I'm telling you guys, diurnal maximum. We call it D-max, and the friction of the Yucatan is really getting convection going here. The East Pack. This I'm loving what we're seeing here. I'm loving what we're seeing here. And now Tatum is staring at me and blinking. If you don't know, I have a golden retriever Tatum as well. He is my puppy who's 1 year old, now 13 months, and he is a co-star of the channel. If you go to my shorts and my videos, you can clearly see that he is the star of the channel. He is a psycho. He is an utter psycho, but I have been training him pretty much solely, and he's getting there. He's going to require some work though. He's going to require a bit of work. But we can look at the herd here. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna. But look at. Let's see. I'm really liking what I'm seeing there. Hoping, and if we do get more, if we get anything to pop up more in here as well, that'd be fantastic. But you can see the GFS. Look, GFS has nothing over the Yucatan right now. Or it does, but it's very little. You can see. You see that? It has it barely, but not to the extent that we're seeing. Now the color scale is slightly different. The color scale is slightly different, but is it? Is the try? No, it's still positively tilted. It's getting closer. It's close to neutral though. I mean, it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be pretty quick that process. All right, we can take a look at this. Um, I don't like that as much, to be honest. I don't like that as much. See how this is pulled in more here, and this is. I don't love that as much. I don't know what the how it will resolve itself, but that is not. Well, maybe. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. I like this part, and that plays a part into the overrunning a little bit. But for this here, that's for me that's not as productive. But it's also this is a long range HRR, so you gotta be a little bit careful. But that is not as. We'll see what it does on the surface map. It's a little bit more put together with this here. It's a little bit more, so maybe it doesn't end up making as much of a difference. Oh yeah, we're gonna make the snow. I'm enjoying the analysis right now. Yeah, but I don't love. You see, here, I don't, especially here. See that? I don't love this. I watched you last few days, and I figured I'd sub since I'm in New Bedford, and it seems like every YouTube weather channel is based in North Carolina. Yeah, we are not from North Carolina. We are from Massachusetts. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is not. I don't think this is going to be as good as guys. I hate to break it to you. I'm not sure what is it. The piece behind? Yeah, looks like the piece behind a little bit. Look at the changes in that. Just one run with this piece right here. Well, I wonder if this is an HRR thing as well, and just not a. No, yeah, no. I'm a asshole. Where we are. If you're from here, you kind of own it. A masshole is basically exactly what you think it is. It's this embraced term of endearment for the people of Massachusetts, is what we'll leave it at. We can compare the upper level water vapor here. Let's see, though. Let's see. Am I looking at the same map right now? I feel like I may not be. It says upper level. My mind is in a flux. Let me see. No, this is upper level. It's a bit better than what I was thinking. The color scale is a little different. That's the only thing. I mean, I'm not gonna. I would really love to work a little bit more vertically right now, a little bit more. I mean, love a lot of what we're doing here. How this is getting pulled in, but let's just start tilting the trough. Let's start tilting it. Oh, well. All right, we can check back in on our boy, the HRR here. I don't think it's gonna look. I don't think it's gonna look as good as the previous ones, but it's definitely not. I don't know. Maybe the snow map ends up looking the same. I don't know, but to me, that's now this is more well put together, but this is further back. I care about that. These two, I would love to see more organization at 700. Again, why do we care about 700? Because that's where the banding happens. Anytime you look at this, you look just on the other side. That's where your best banding tends to be. So all the way on the other side, you got to keep an eye for snow potential. I mean, you got to remember, we're looking at a model run. We're not looking at what's going to happen in reality. So you got to keep that. You got to keep that in mind here when you're looking at this. This is not what's going to happen. This is a model depiction. And sure, I would love to see more model support, but that's not always what you get. And it's really struggling. Model guidance is really struggling with this right now. Really struggling with it. they do not know what to do with that piece at all. Now that being said, this is still going to be a solid. Don't get me wrong. This is still going to be a solid run here. At least I think so. But that's a no. That's a notable change there. It's just 6 hours apart. But yeah, there's not a lot to like about that run, to be honest. So whoever said anytime I stream good runs only happen, that's a lie. It's a lie. See, does it reflect on the P-type map? I mean, it's still gonna be solid, but you can see there's a difference clearly. But you gotta be careful looking at a long range HRR for your solution. A long range HRR is not the way to. It's not the way to forecast things. Let's see here. Let's hope this what's going on here, all of this. I mean, you're not dropping all of this into the system, to be clear. It's just an injection, is what it is. It's an injection into the system. And what goes on here, the idea is that this is going to help. This is going to help juice the system. But let's see when you're making the. Yeah, we're about to. I know I've said that for like a little bit now, but we're about to. I'm just that's a massive change. It's not massive, but that's a notable change. There's not much to love about the run change from the HRR there. But it may not end up actually impacting the totals that much. We'll see. I mean, you still obviously see, right? That doesn't take away. We're not taking away the system. To be fair, guys, this isn't. It's all about the specifics. It's all about the specifics of what happened. Dude, I'm not blocking or shadow banning anybody. I just can't read off, every single comment always. Sometimes I am forecasting here, trying to piece together what's going to happen. But I mean, you still look at 500 here, and I'd be looking right in here tomorrow night. That's your period of heavy snow here, right in here. It's just the 700 banding is so much farther offshore. You see that? Or it's just weaker. It's not. It's just weaker. Does it show up here? I mean, you still get. See that? It's a little bit less, but you still get your. It's not. We're not. Remember, we're not taking away the snowstorm at this point. That's not what's happening. It's just about totals. That's all it is. It's just about specific totals. Well, I'm glad you listened. Safety is important, so I care about that. So anytime anybody asks me about travel and timing, I like to take it, or I just like to do it right because value the human life. But I just want to notice this run. That could change. That could change again the next run. To be honest, it's trying to pin together the piece there. I've seen models go back and forth with this piece for about the entirety of the system. They have no idea how to handle this. None. None. Even the AI guidance. They have no idea what to do with it. It's such a wild card for this, for the guidance here. It's such a wild card. They have no idea what to do with that piece there. All right. Christopher Silva, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. And I think you may be the only other person I've seen to say that. But Stockbridge, Georgia, getting snow this morning. Caden, I don't know where Stockbridge, Georgia is, but I would be happy to help uh, if you pinpoint it. Alrighty, let's let's at least start with the snow. Actually, I'm gonna look one more time at satellite here, and then we're gonna make the snow map, or at least start it, and then I might make some changes. I might make some tweaks. Under Atlanta, Georgia, maybe some flakes. Right. Let me just refresh myself. You could get some flurries. You could get some flurries, and maybe you could get a coating if you're lucky. Uh, and you're under Atlanta, Georgia too. Yeah, you maybe could. You maybe could. Plymouth as a spot? I don't know. I don't know. I think somewhere I would go more just inland, especially somewhere like Blue Hill Observatory, Milton. A little bit of elevation is well a good spot. I think the Worcester Hills will be in a good spot. I think some of those northern Rhode Island hills could be in a decent spot. Those northeast Connecticut hills, and all good. All I think all good spots. Really basically. That I can't use. Where does this differ? It's actually not that different, but I think right in there, man, there could be some real good snowfall rates. There could be some really good snowfall rates in there tomorrow night. Right in there. New York City too. Some of these places here. Connecticut should be in a pretty good spot, I think, for this as well. And that's the thing here. The precip shield is going to be great. The precip shield is going to be great. So everybody's getting accumulating snow. But because even in this HRR run, that doesn't show as a, it doesn't show as much as it's not as good as the last one. It's still not done snowing yet, and you can clearly see it still produces a pretty solid, and that was a notable change in an unfavorable direction. And I mean, the last one wasn't showing so much more either, I guess, at that point, but it's kind of still snowing at that point too. You see that? There might be some more snow that needs to move through on Monday. It's not that different, actually, I should say. It's really not. But the upper level is different, so it just changes. Who do I trust more, the name or the HRR? That's like saying, which dictator do I trust more? I'm not going to, for the purposes of my sanity, I'm not going to say. I don't trust neither. I don't trust either of those models right there. I will never put my life on any of the long range versions of these models. Short term banding, they can pick up on. Like this right here, even this is stretching it. This is stretching it. I trust my newest bestie weather forecaster, this podcast. Sorry, I don't know your name. The name is Brady. That is the. I always say it. The first thing I say when I start the streams or the videos is, welcome everybody here, Brady from BGWX. That is how we start pretty much everything. Oh, radar. I need to look at radar before I freaking make a snow map. I'm sorry. I know I know it seems like I'm stalling right now, guys. I promise you I'm not. I'm just making the snow map is so important to me to get it right. Like for any of you that think like the snow map, like any of you that that think about ever crapping on me for the snow maps I make, just you're starting to realize how important this is to me. Making these snow maps, it is so important to get this right. I take so much pride in it, and it's not for the pettiness or to say I got this and you didn't. It's strictly to just get the forecast right. It's just to get it right. It's so important to me. So important to me. So I try to do what I can. Well, and remember, this starting earlier is not necessarily a good or a bad thing. Just know that. And yes, and maybe it helps get precip and snow going out ahead. It's probably a little bit of Virga just to start. It's probably a little bit. I know the overrunning stuff is important, but we're going to zoom into here a little bit. The strategy of waiting till after a snowstorm is over to make it back. JK. I get that a lot. A lot of people do not like how late I wait to make my snow maps. Uh, but well, first of all, the main show isn't really happening until the PM tomorrow. Let me be clear about that. And my goal is to either get it out by the before the start, or maybe as it's barely starting. But at that point, my name is Brady. It is not Gabby. But I make threat maps before. I've already made a map first with this system too. I've made a threat map, and some people didn't like it. Said it's way too far west, and sure enough, now it may not. It may not be. It may be too far east. So, uh, but yeah, uh, I try with it. I just I do what I can. You got to be trolling now, NC player. You Brady, no, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. That guy, uh, the quarterback. Like, yes, it is. The dispenser. Uh, I mean, NWS literally changes their forecast hour before storm start. Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of things that like the TV and the NWS, like they change the stuff as it's happening. For me, I don't change it during the storm. I just put out one map and I gotta let it sit. I'm almost always gonna do one snow map, one specific snow map, and I'll do threat maps or a threat map before that. And I didn't want to change my threat map because I liked it. Weren't you just talking about the 49ers earlier, NC player? Okay. The fact that we're getting precipitation. Let me check again. That's not. No, that's not. But yeah, it is not. I mean, this is a little Virgo out here. Remember, to the north. It's hard, and it's usually going to be wrong. Oh no, it is going to be wrong. I always say that. Yeah, but you said that you didn't know Tom Brady. Everybody knows Tom Brady. I think, even people who don't watch football know Tom Brady. It honestly is a little stressful. If it were up to me, I would never. I would make the snow map for myself, and I would never share it with anybody. But it holds you. It does hold you accountable. But it's not. It's not fun to put something out there that you know is going to be wrong. I appreciate it, John. I appreciate it. I'm glad it worked out for you. I need to get to weather wise. Aspersions is a very big word right there. I'm impressed with that, considering you're a dispenser chip. No, I don't care about that. I said that like I was from Memphis. I don't care about that. I don't care. The whole way they hold their R's from Memphis. Why do I always struggle with this, with the weather-wise? There we go. RFS. All right, we can. I guess we can peep it in a second here, but I want to look at the radar here. Just get off all the warnings. I don't want any. All right. What the? Get all these off the screen here. What are we doing? Get these off. Can you get radar for Does anybody that knows weather-wise, can you get radar for the entire and not just the one radar site? Am I able to choose that? Is anybody that knows weather-wise in here? Can I get like the entire radar? I feel like I can. I just don't remember. I have borderline genius IQ. That might be a stretch there. I don't know about that, SC player. Trying to figure out how bad the roads will be Sunday afternoon. Ugh. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, are you a plower? I forget what you said. But I wouldn't recommend it. That's about when I think the snow will start getting so I mean if you're plowing, I mean you know the shebang, but well, and Tatum's having a dream in the background. Was going snowboarding. I mean, I don't recommend if you don't have to tomorrow. Oh, the RRFS now. I don't want to tell Tatum to stop his dream though. See, You would think, oh, it's not, it's faster, but it's really pulling a little bit further north, the height lines. But it's so glitchy that I don't love that. See how this piece kind of pulls back? At this point now, this interaction, we kind of just want this to not dig in as much here. Oh, this was 0Z. This is not the 6Z. Whoever was talking about it. I don't have the 6Z. This was 18 to 0Z. So this is not helpful. This is not latest. I mean, it's solid. It's a pretty solid run. But that's not the RFS on Weather Bell is not out yet. So not out yet. Pivotal. Where is contact me? We'll take an IQ test. I am definitely not going to contact you. I'm going to let the I'm going to let the IQ speak for itself. I think the dispensary is working against you right now, but I am sure you have some genius qualities. Everybody does, to be fair. All right, let's old enough. I don't doubt that. But that is, I will say, NC player. That is the first time that anybody has ever put that in the chat. That exact comment. So you are the first to do that. So I will give you a congratulations on that. Oh no, I was not insulting your intelligence. I was I was making a joke. And what's the point of this? Why does Pivotal have everything before? I Yeah, I guess I am a weirdo a little bit. Oh, it's barely running. That's why. Well, this doesn't have 500 millibars, so I don't care about that. All right. Let's open her up. No, no he's not. No, he's not. Oh, nobody means anything. You gotta know a lot of. He wasn't being that. He wasn't being that serious. I'm pretty sure. It's like you can't take. You can just gotta be. You gotta just be. Go with the flow a little bit. Take things lightly. Don't assume. Don't assume everything too much all at once. I've found in my life, at least. Patience is key. That was December 26th. Yes, just not in the necessarily. Not really in the grand scheme of things. Technically, the upper levels, sure, a little bit, but all right. Let's. There goes the map, just like that. Tear it apart. It's like rebuilding a house. Huh? NC player, what are you talking about? And nobody is being disrespectful. No, you just gotta ease up a little bit. I know nobody said you were being mean or anything. I don't know. You just ease up a little bit. Ease up. If it can't be a can't be looking to dip. That fast there. He's just playing around a little bit. You can't take it that personally. You don't really know him that well. Dylan, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? There's no reason. Dylan, he's not being annoyed. He's just being himself, and you're not helping the situation. So let's not. How about we don't do that? It's not really helpful at all. At all. He's unique. Okay. Well, let's first. Okay. It's like the Nam's gonna do the same thing. Is it? See how this isn't getting pulled up as much? But I do like. Uh, no, whatever. Start making the map. Nam is coming more in. Well, I listen. I like the only reason is because this part is stronger. This part is a little bit stronger. I like almost everything else. I like almost everything else about this run. I just the weaker this part is, the less influence it has on pressing on it. But all right. I do kind of like some of this here. But yeah, have a good night, NC player. Just I really wouldn't worry about though what other people say about you sometimes in the chat. Uh, the world is a weird place. Yeah, the coastal front is. Wait a second. Okay, I do like that this is a little bit weaker here. Let's look at 700. Well, I like this being further west. I don't love this being further apart. Check the 250 jet. That does look good though. I mean, that does look good. That does look good. See how the jet streak pulls back farther? Thank you. Thank you, Dylan, for apologizing. It's very helpful. It's just not good to start stuff, right? It's better kind of I recommend when we stream to sit back and kind of enjoy the stuff. We want to I'm telling you guys, I want to create a space for weather that people can just enjoy, the least toxic space. I just want to create the least toxic space possible. Trust me. For people to enjoy weather testing. I really want you guys. There's a norm that created in social media that it's just okay to someone you've never met before to crap on them. We've created this norm that it's okay, and I hate that. And I hate that. It's so easy behind a keyboard to be able to just crap on anybody. And I wanna prevent that. I don't want that to be the case in here. I want this to be a space for people to just geek out and enjoy and not have to worry about any of that stuff. That's all I want this space to be. Okay, I do like that a little bit more. So, I mean, my initial gut was I liked that we were digging and pushing everything back. I just didn't like how much stronger this piece was initially, but now this is showing up a bit weaker. And the HRR now has a little bit of explaining to do. But that does, you see that? It does look a little bit better. I just didn't like the tilt of it. That was all. That was initially. I just didn't love the tilt. I loved how this was pulled up a little bit more. And I love how the tilt was like that. But the 250 jet, I think, was the giveaway for me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at the 250 jet. Look at the 250 jet there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's never, when you guys go to the store and you're hungry and it's the worst time to go to the store because that's always when you make poor decisions. This is the equivalent. Me looking at the name right before I'm about to make a snow map. This is the worst. Is the worst thing I could possibly do. But this is initially I was like, it's not that I hated the run, right? You guys, I didn't hate it. Just I was like, I was like, I don't know, I didn't love it. Let me see it first. But now this is gonna be when people wake up to this, they're gonna lose their. I got a feeling. But listen, if it was, you can go. We can look at this, and there might be some merit to what we were looking at here, right? The observations look pretty solid. And that would give a better chance for those Gulf Coast places too. But the overrunning snow is going to be good tomorrow morning. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I got to figure out how far west I go with this too. Stronger jet, more lift. Watch out, Rocky Man. Usually a decent band on the northwest side of the storms. And you're right, John. Especially with this expansive of an upper level, the 250 jet here. I mean, look at that. To me, right there, I look at right in here. That's where I'd be looking. I'd be looking right in there. I'm telling you, I think Western New England, Eastern Hudson Valley, Southern Vermont, I think they do well tomorrow. I really think they do. I'm trying to pinpoint how. Is that why precipitation shield is so far west to low of the center? Yes. Yes. Is because when you have an expansive upper level jet here, when you have an expansive upper level jet, your precip shield, I'm telling you, should be working way back into here. That's where I would draw the precipitation shield with this. I think it would get all the way to Canada. And then your heaviest snows that are going to set up on this run. If I was just looking at here, I'd be looking at right in here, these places. That's where I'd be looking. But look, even before that, look where it starts. See that? So there's that. We'll go right. There's going to be heavy precip right in here as well. I know it's a little far, but that's where I'd be going up to 250. Yeah. Yeah. Look at the 700. Look at that. .500 vort suggests right in here. Precip shield gets all the way back up into here. Right in here. Tomorrow evening, tomorrow night. Dump moderate to heavy snow. See that? Yeah. Hold on to that. Hold on to it. I don't know if the totals will reflect it, but this is a better run. This is a better run. This is a better run in my opinion. I don't know if the totals will reflect it. I wonder if it'll show more here. I mean, you'd think it, you'd look at that and you go, isn't that? I'm not sure why. It's further east here. That could be a part. This being weaker makes it a little bit easier for this to dig back. And that was something we noticed initially. That's probably the one thing. You see on the 0Z, this gets out ahead just a little bit more here. Just a little bit more. Even though this rises higher. So there's some better stuff. So there's some better stuff and some not. And then the end result. See how it's different? All right. 3K. How does that compare? Yeah. Oh, that's 3 hour. Yeah, I think that played a part. So my initial suspicions, there was something to what I was saying. So it finishes out, and it's still, you can see they're still both uh, solid runs. But I'm going to use this just a little bit for my point. Just, um, just to get an idea for precip shield. That's really it. Well, all right. So some good, some stuff not great. You too, Nathan. Have a great night. You can do the magic wand tool. I just haven't figured it out yet. Not consistently enough, and I don't ever take the time outside to use Photoshop. I only use Photoshop for Snowfall maps. It's one of the worst financial decisions I think I make in my life, but it's very nice. Actually, why am I going that far? I was like, what am I? I got caught in the mode. So actually, well, all those places, they're gonna get something on the backside of that system. So yeah, I can do that. I can do that. It's fine. All right. Layer one. Done. Whoa, no me gusta. All right, we'll just leave it like that for now. It's fine. Now I gotta get. Now I gotta get precise. I don't love. I just don't like messing up, to be honest. All right, Jersey Coast. This could bust. This could bust a little bit, but we're gonna go with it. No, I don't think so. I think you finish. I think you finish with it. So look at the HRR just not pick up on how far west that was at all. You see that? It was not at all. It didn't pick up on that. And it picked up on the Gulf Coast now too. Look at these last second. Jesus. Models just playing mind games here at 06. Every single time. Every single time. Hello again, NFL fan. Yeah, it's going to be very cold next week. Whatever falls is not going anywhere. Oh, yeah, look at that. All right, we just got to go with something here. I think the precip shield does well. So we're going to get back into there. I think it's going to go up too. We'll do it right for about there. Okay. Again, if you're just joining, we're making the snow map. So that's why I am not talking quite as much, but a forecast for much of the eastern U.S., but the snow maps I make for Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Part of me wants to take the gamble with that precip shield, but don't know. Just don't know. Ah, screw it. Sometimes you gotta lean with the gut a little bit. It's not started too far. We can always. Just HRR poo poo. Poo poo. Look at that. I can't even get 8 hours in advance, right? You expect to get 20, 30, 40 hours in advance? Yeah, good luck. Good luck. All right, we're gonna go about here. It's a stretch. No, it's not. All right, I trust the upper. I gotta trust my meteorology. I really want to get to 500 again. I don't want to. I want to look at 500. That's where I want to look. Why is that not the same? That's farther north, honestly. It's like slightly quicker, but it's a little farther. But the name holds it back slightly more, maybe. Interesting. The mesoscale stuff, by the way, on this is not. You see how it's all smoothed out? It's never like that. So the mesoscale stuff, that's why I don't trust it. Like it's this model is so good for like model guidance. It's just the 7Z HR. I did not think it was looking as good in my opinion. Uh, I mean, it's almost unchanged. It's almost unchanged. It just had to adjust that first stuff there. I don't know what that does to the preset map, but let me get back. I want to get to 500. That's really where I want to get to, and that's what I'm going to base my forecast off of. I'm going to double weather bell. Go to. Only reason I look at the snow map is because it's 10 to 1. It's the same as moisture. We're gonna go with it. I don't know if I buy the precip shield being. I just think this does. I'm sorry. All right, and this is what really the people are gonna care about. All right. Something did not. Something's off with the color wave of that. What the heck happened? That is not what that color is. Hello, Tatum. What is going on? What is going on? I clicked something. All right, let's. Can I undo a bunch of stuff? What is going on? Oh, opacity. That's it. But when did I ever switch it to 30? That makes no sense. I don't want it that dark though. Now we got one more layer to go here. There's not really any model support for main, and I don't understand it. I just I. Why is it not showing more for main? I'm not. I'm not behind that movement. The only reason I have to look at this stuff so much is because I'm so obsessed with what's actually going to happen that I kind of lose sight of some of the finer details for some places, like gradients and stuff like that. So it becomes a bit tricky. This is a bold forecast compared to what guidance has. So I got to go with it. I'm sorry. And then we got one more to go. One more. I don't think I'm even going to change the scale, to be honest. We're just going to take off one. All right. just want to check. And obviously, yeah. Yeah, it's going to line up pretty much with what I'm about to do here. We're not going to do it for, we're going to do that. Why does it keep doing that? I don't love relying on what I'm relying on so much, but there's just always a snow hole here. It's always. Okay, I know what I'm going to do with that. Let me check something. Let's go off 500 again. Jesus, Tatum. What the heck are you doing? What is wrong with you? You're a sicko, Doc. You know that? We love you, but come on now. I just don't get why it doesn't show it. To me, 500. To me, I look at 500, and I don't know why it's not showing more into those places. All right. No, we gotta do this. You know what Guidance did this too the night before? It was actually I kind of like that purple, but I'm gonna make it slightly. Yeah, I think that's. Or do we want it to pop a little bit more here? So much. I'm so drunk with power right now. Feel when I make the snow maps. Or do we go lighter for the contrast? I think that's where I'm going to go. All right. All right. That's what I was kind of debating there, but that's what I'm gonna go with because I don't think the heaviest banding will consistently get back here. Now, listen, we always know with these storms, guys, there's always that interior band. There always is. There always seems to be the interior band with that level of upper level, the upper level look there. And then we're just gonna take away. I mean, we could do this too. These ones kind of line up for this. Yeah, let's leave it. I'm not gonna add anything more. Okay. Alrighty, let's take that away. Only 3 to 6 for you. Well, there was a upon a time ago that guidance was showing nothing for you. So, but as you know, we weren't buying that. NYC, it's on the map. What do you mean? Oh no. There we go. I mean, you can. I think you can see what NYC is here, right? No, this is just Storm 2. If we were to include Storm 1, this would look a lot different. I'm not gonna. I said I'm not gonna do it for the snow map, but we're gonna do it for maybe the entire system. I mean, really, when I was talking about it, it was more so like people weren't thinking we were gonna get anything at that point in the weekend. This was several days ago, and I was trying to explain that like no, like we're gonna get some stuff this weekend. Now it's just the details. Give Nantucket some room to breathe there. Check one more thing. Ratios are going to be pretty good on the backside of this system. There's a little bit, I know I kind of mentioned it with the storm earlier, but there's a little bit of a reminder of the February 13th, 2022, I think, February 14th, 2022. A little bit of reminder. Just how we just may rot moderate to heavy bands at the end of this system here for especially eastern New England. But all right, no sleep with this one. unless you're in the south. $186. I've never heard of that date before. Icon says wet snow. No, we can look at that for fun. The icon, why not? No, it doesn't load out as fast here. I forgot. Well, the icon's not even. It's only 15 hours out. Maybe it's faster on tidbits at this point. I don't know. Are we going to look at the euro for next storm? In a second. Yeah, we can look at next. We're going to look at next week in a second here. Briefly. It's just, I put so much time and effort and energy into each system that can make it difficult. What interesting. There's preset breaking out here. Central Alabama, Atlanta. It doesn't have nothing on that. Does HRR have it? A little bit more on this run. Wonder if the name's on. All right, we're gonna stick with it. We're gonna stick with it. We just gotta get the map out. When did we start? We started this so long ago. Probably we started this probably around there is when we started this map. Okay. Pretty reasonable, I think. Is the RGM even fully out yet? You got to remember the most important part of the system too with this is not the initial. It's the main show back there. That's the RGM is not even out yet. The RGM is not loaded on Tidbits or Weather Bell. Unless Pivotal has it. pivotal 12 hours out. You gotta remember, it's more than just the P-type maps. One. The initial overrunning is not the most important part of the system. It plays a part. Snow is snow. It's not 116. That's when I made the threat map. Hold up. Save, but the colors are off here. I just realized. Oh, okay. Do we see any massive errors here with the map? Not that so we know the errors with the map, well, obviously, but I meant we're going to be wrong some places, but I'm talking more grammatical and stuff like that. I mean, the RGM is almost similar to a T compared to the last turn, but I realize I've been watching for hours, need sleep, and checking to see if it started, but it must be a lot of Virga. How's the Philly area going to think? Maybe get that 3 to 6. I'm going with more 2 to 5 ish right here. You should. The edge, and the more the edge. And really, you should be viewing the edges as not like, you should be knowing if you're on the edges, like there's a reason you're on the edge. Because I think it's going to be tricky. But this accounts for the elevation, the stuff here. And this is really just uncertainty if you're going to get into enough of the best banding that's further northeast.
I don't know. I don't know. Let's send out the map to the masses though. Okay. Go here. Isn't the map wrong? The date wrong? Okay, that might be. Good point. Thank you. This is why I asked that question. Yep. Thank you, Chef Curry. Mitch video watched earlier. Well, please do. Um. Okay. What, Tatum? You don't realize how close you are to the Mac now. Your head is literally about 8 inches away from it. You're breathing into the microphone. Oh, this is Mitch West's video. Yeah. Images exceed aspect ratio. What are we doing? What? Never had that happen before. What's going on? All right, we'll just have to go to X first, I guess, and then screenshot it after. Why is it always gotta be? Why you gotta be so complicated? Why is this not loading? This is the first time this has ever happened to me. we'll do what we gotta do. So we got the screenshot just in case we need it. But let's file. Let's make a copy of this. Still going? Get some rest. We can save the world tomorrow. No, I don't mind it. I'm making. I was finishing up my snow map here, my man. Why can't you save it? Scratch disk full. All right, screenshot. It's gonna have to be then. Oh my god. These people are not gonna realize it when it happens. They got being called for a coding to an inch, and that's just not gonna be the case. And then I gotta deal with it. The weather people stink. I can't get it right. Apparently, I can't spell somewhere. No major, massive. Besides the totals themselves, massive thing wrong here. Hopefully, I can adjust if needed. But it's colder than predicted. Yeah, that could definitely that could definitely help with ratios. I wonder why. I wonder why we're so much colder than yeah, I'm 20. Yeah, I'm on 24 right now. 24 degrees. And what do we have here on guidance? The 8Z Curry? Very curious. All right, thank you, Chef Curry. I mean that. Then the Nam, yeah, maybe a little bit. HRR kind of picking up on it now. Maybe 06, yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing, to be honest. I don't know because we want to pull in we want to pull in more warm air. So it may be a good thing for the beginning. Oh wait, no, that's not comparing the right time frame. Mm, Don't do that. Come on, Ted. I don't like that either. Why are we doing such things? Actually, uh, I mean, there's only so much you can do at this point breaking this down. Um, Kevin Centerport, Long Island. Thanks again, Brady. Excellent job as usual. Well, let's see. The weather ball doesn't show the wrap here, so I guess we can also talk about it's going to get really cold next week. Much of the central eastern United States will be below average. And then this is what's alarming. And again, those suppression concerns that we had at the moment are coming to fruition a little bit. It seems. Compare that to zero Z. You can see there's a notable. Well, we'll see. The signal is still it's still a strong signal. Well, we don't want to, but look at the different panels. 25th to 27th. Yeah. We can go to the east. And yeah, y'all can see that we're gonna be tracking something. And really the key is are we gonna have enough Atlantic ridging for something to ride up the coast? If we can get it to ride up the coast. If we can get it to dig and ride up the coast, then that's wonderful. If we can't, then we're gonna be missing out here in the Northeast. But the South, the Mid South, especially the Mid Atlantic, potentially the Southeast could all be getting in. But they can all those areas could still get into something and it ride up the coast still. You say look at the Euro operational. All right. And just a reminder, so for the same people like that will say like the euro can't be trusted again, they'll also say like the euro is like the most trusted model, and that's what they'll rely upon. I'm just gonna go right back to using it just like any other model. It doesn't affect me not using it, so to say. The euro one tick away from a major East Coast. I'd say that is a major East Coast snowstorm right there. It's pretty close to, if not, right? How much was that? It's a little quick moving, but that's a 12 to 18 inch, a 10 to 18-inch storm across that entire region is a could put that in the case for it to be. But yeah, it's just kind of gets pushed out pretty quickly. And then right there, that's something model guidance has consistently, it's been consistently putting out, and it's like way far out. But just like they were doing the same with that one in that range, they're doing it with that. And that could line up with the progression here. Right there. They freaking look at the mean. They have an ensemble mean, 276 hours out. But let's go to 500 height for a second here. Let's not just, yeah. You can see it, but I don't know. Well, okay, yeah, that could get. If you get the you 50-50, you have 50-50 low setup. You can see here potentially. This is the one after, and then there that's the time frame you got to get it done in. You got to hold the Atlantic region has to be there, has to. Atlantic region has to be there. You have to keep this. So right here, I'd be looking. That's where I'd be looking with this mean here. I'd be looking right in there. I'd be looking right in there, matey. Speaking like a pirate, but what you do notice here is this is a big Greenland block pattern that's going to be developing here. And combine that with the Alaska block, cold air has to funnel through here. Has to. The last piece, North Atlantic ridging. If you get North Atlantic ridging with this look, see, that doesn't do it. That right there doesn't. You're not doing anything with that. That's a southeast snow look right there. If that. That's almost that's a nobody snow look, really, honestly. And then there, that's where you need. That's when you do it. You see that transfer of the height lines? That right there. But even that's a little too. Excuse me. I don't think. I don't know if you're supposed to say "bless you" or not on a stream, but I did sneeze. Again, I am under the weather, so doing what I can, playing. I've been playing hurt the last several days here forecasting, so I know it doesn't. You haven't realized it. I just haven't mentioned it a ton, but I am. I have felt like crap for the better part of the last 4 or 5 days now. Maybe start to hear me a little bit more nasally on the streams, but that's that time frame. Let's see, the Euro ensemble's got it too. Yeah, even stronger. Look at that. That's a mean 282 items out. And then you got this one here too. And that's kind of what you may need. This has more of a southeast ridge versus an Atlantic ridge developing. But that's not the. Okay, so the Euro just developed it a little bit later. That's what the Euro says. The Euro says it waits. So we got to see when the energy forms too. It's right now it's 24th, 27th because we get to see when the upper level energy will swing around. And that's a tricky thing. And I couldn't tell you that without deep diving. See, the thing is, a lot of times in weather, meteorology, you have people who track storms, and then you have long range forecasters as well. I'm trying to do both at the same time here. Now, there's plenty who do both as well, but it's really extremely highly effectively. Like you have to combine both in order to do it well. So you have to combine, you have to combine the long range forecasting, and then you have to connect the dots all the way to tracking the storm. Like all of this could be for nothing if the snow map does not execute. Now, we both, I think we can, it would have to really not verify for that to be the case. I think we can all agree at this point, like, regardless of the snow map, it would have to be, the snow map would have to be so bad, um, for me to like feel bad about how we forecasted this system. Like, I think 12 plus days out is when we mentioned it, and we stayed consistent with the idea. We didn't waver through all the model changes. Um, let's say that was a more of a 4 to 8 than a 5 to 10, then I'm gonna call it a pretty successful. Or if it was more, and where we alluded to that hey, there could be, wouldn't shock me if there's some more overperformance of some of those totals. There's always a chance. I'm going to throw it out there. There's always a chance with this that we could. Look at that member 16 right there. I would lose it. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, 31 too. Look at that stuff. That's a lot of agreement. That's a lot of agreement for that far out. I know people crap on models all the time, and maybe this isn't even close, but that's a lot. That's a strong signal that far out. So similar to what we had here, right? We had a pretty strong signal. Now we didn't have the same preset map, but 500 height. If you weaved between the lines, and even then, the models were showing it for a while. They were showing it for a while, and then they lost it, and then they brought it back. You said look at the Canadian. Yeah, it brings a lot of that subtropical moisture in with it. The one thing the Greenland block is going to do here is it's going to slow down some systems, man. That's one thing it's for sure going to do. It's going to slow down systems trying to run into it. We just need to make sure we have enough Atlantic ridging so that systems don't slide off. And I think we will, at least enough. Maybe not every system, but you have to remember, guys, I really love the 2014 analog here. There's a lot of similarities in the connection to how we progressed with that winter. We could follow the 2015 progression of the Arctic front. From there, what happened? I think there's a little bit of hint of truth in that. 2015 is not a good analog for much other else, though, but we're kind of doing it, right? We had that storm, and then a few days later, we had another storm right after. Just give us one 12-inch plus storm. Chef Curry, if you do that, New York City, it turns into one of the better. You have a chance to turn into one of the better winters of not like a maybe not like a top 5 or top 10 winter, but it has a chance to turn into one of the better winters of all time in terms of uh, seasonal total there. Like you'll probably be working on the top 50%. You'll be above average, pretty well above average if you were to do that, because you're gonna get snow. What you got 2 to 3 inches, right? With this system, so I'm assuming New York City is at least 12 to 15 inches right now of snowfall total on the season. And then you would go to, if you let's say you had another 3 or 4 from this. That would get you closer to 16 to 20-ish. And then if you had a 12-inch storm, forget everything else. That would get you to about 28 to 30-ish inches of snow maybe. So if you had I mean, forget everything else then. That would get a chance to turn into a pretty awesome winter there. Because let's say if you get a couple more storms, you get lighter events. I mean, you start talking about 40 to 50 inches of snow in New York City in a winter. That would be one of the better winters, let alone recent memory. In fact, we can even look it up. Check back in for a second here. Uh, it's not. This is. I don't. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. I just. I don't know why we're doing a lot more runs in a row here of this. I wonder if this is just a model thing, or is this trying to allude to something here? No, it's not going to take the pre. It would really limit the ceiling. You see the difference there? That's a massive difference. But we'll see. HRR can really catch convection in the long range, so you got to be careful about how you use it. Every winter, NYC has had more than 3 inches in December. I don't know what you mean by that, though. See, top 20 winners of all time. New York City, your number one was 1995, 1996, where you had 75.6 inches of snow in that winter, which is a little above Worcester's average, for reference. And then 2000, 1947, 1948, 2010, 2011, 1922 to 1923, 1872 to 1873. And then look at that. Number six on the list, 2013 to 2014. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then you have 1874, 1875, 18 another 1960s, and then 93, 94, another night, the early 1900s, 2009, 2010, number 14 on the list at 51.4. A lot of early 1900s on here. I guess the early 1900s was the prime winter. That's when you needed to go. 1977, 1978. Obviously, the blizzard of 78 was in that winter. And then 2002, 2003. And that is 49.3. So you can see if you were to get to like 50 inches of snow, you'd be in one of the, it would be one of the top 18 winters of all time in New York City recorded. 2016 is not the top of the list because you have to remember how little there was the rest of that winter. 2016 there was a, no, I guess, depending on the airport or whatever that you measured from, it could vary, but GFS time, I guess, technically, that means we're on way too late. But um, if I had to guess, it seems like it's going to follow the rest of guidance. And we can compare that 0Z, though. There's more precip than what the GFS had at 4. I'm not sure how much that it will actually matter. In the Mississippi part, slightly more. But it's also not as far back west. Is that right? No, that's close. Oh, there's the 06. Just loads in just like that. It's kind of cool to see the DBZ stuff, though. I didn't know you could do that. And the tricky thing is, I keep saying this, but we're still like we still got another 12 to 18 hours until like the main show still shows up still. I mean, that's the main show, and that's I mean, it's more than that almost. Fun little setup. Fun little setup it is. Yeah, JFK. Every airport in there is measured a little differently. All right, we'll stay up for just this, and then we're gonna get some sleep. At least try to. I wonder if Alabama is snowing right now. See the precip that just kind of unfolded. It's already starting. Can anybody give me a report over Connecticut and Long Island if they live there? Let's see. Is radar scope picking up anything? Yeah, I mean stuff is breaking out now. There's a chance Alabama might be snowing right now. I think they are. We got a report. Just got 4:37 a.m. from Mobile. Mixed rain and snow. Just northeast of Pensacola in Milton, Florida. Mixed rain and snow 20 minutes ago. So this is providing the goods. Oh, I kind of like. I don't like one part. I don't like down here. It's kind of the same as the NAM. I don't like what it did down there, but I like. Yeah, it's the same sentiment. I think it's going to be a little bit faster here. Yeah, it's a little bit faster. So I don't love that. It's not what I love to see, but it's got that piece digging into the system faster. This piece was a little bit further. See how this was further south? This, it kind of just pushes it a little bit faster there. That banding is virtually in the same spot though. It's pretty unchanged. It's pretty unchanged on the GFS. Although it's trying to squeeze out a little bit more on the edge there. What does that look like on this? It's got a little bit, spreads it out more. Interesting. So I kind of, interesting. It's kind of similar to what the NAM did. Slightly faster, but kind of still held on just good enough. But what we were going to do is says I'm snowing right now. I don't know if I buy that. And son of a gun, Mobile, Alabama, all snow right now. Just updated. Mobile, Alabama is all snow right now. The Gulf Coast is doing it. They're doing it right here. This is all snow right now, all on the backside. Birmingham was all snow too. Up by Birmingham, just northeast. Pell City, Alabama is where the report came in from. This is all snow right now. So this is probably all snow too there. Gulf Coast, Mississippi. I don't know actually, because they may not be in heavy enough rates. They may not be heavy enough rates. Let me check again. I mean, it's saying if Mobile, Alabama is all snow right now at those temps. That's a wet snow if that's true. I'm looking at their maps and it says like 38 degrees right now. There's something wrong. It's not cloudy in these places here. Yeah, snow. They're that's a, that's a wet snow right there. On the GFS, it's just the surface map though. I'm telling you the surface map, yes. The upper levels is what matters more. The upper levels is what matters more, and I'm telling you that the upper levels are not necessarily. See that? Like, I like that a little bit more. But this goes into the system more, so maybe it helps provide a little bit more juice potentially, but it's a little bit faster. So I don't know. This is all whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen anyways. It doesn't that neither of those change my idea for the forecast. But right now, this is an impressive situation here. Yeah, we're doing some historic stuff here, and the better temperatures though are a little bit further north in the state. Also, right now, Mississippi, some places are in the teens. I'm seeing some 19 degrees is way down in the Mississippi. Centerport, Long Island, frozen, precip like fog. A good sign. It's not a bad sign. I mean, honestly, it is. It's not. It is a decent sign that the fact that they're holding on to enough precip by the time the cold air comes. I think that is a decent sign. I think it is. I really wonder if the some of these I don't know. What did the AI model do? The AI models have not gone with consensus on any of these runs here. And why is the GFS AI not out yet? It's taking its sweet old time. Use the same radar. I don't usually use this on here. I have radar scope, so it's helpful. But I like it's just easy. It's very easy. I'm not sure why there's not more radar sites that are very easy. Like you see how hard weather-wise is to use on here earlier. If you were on here, it's very difficult. But what a fascinating situation going on down south right now. What I will say is at 4:10, 4:04 a.m. we had a lot of mixed rain and snow out of DC. I wonder if that's changed yet. But um, no Virgo problems going on right now in North Jersey, East PA. Although they had a little bit maybe to start. Did they? When did these reports come in? No. Column must be well saturated. You have a little bit of a band going on. Actually, no, that might just be coastal front, honestly. Up here, this little skinny thing might be just a coastal front. Or to the northwest, so probably to the southeast here. Starting at a little bit of rain. But look how far expansive, how north this is getting. But fascinated by what's going on in the south right now. Gulf Coast snowstorm back to back here. So I mean, anytime it snows on the Gulf, it's like it's a snowstorm. So it's never hoping Lexington, South Carolina gets something. Maybe on the backside. Maybe on the backside if you're lucky. And I believe Atlanta might have a chance for some snow here too. I wonder if the overrunning warm air here that's out ahead, will it just form? It's just forming right on top here. I wonder if this is I wonder if this can help. You know, one thing that's working for these places right now is it's not daytime yet. It's not daytime yet, so they can take advantage of it at night and being able to accumulate the snow. But we got to keep pumping in from right here. This line right here is key. Did any Why is the '06 not out? It's always out by now. But I guess the HRR kind of had it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Not unpivotal either. It's possible there's a delay with it. It's possible. But did it? See, this guy is better here. This guy is not. But let's see if this guy can wrap up here. The more this, the more right here can consolidate, the better. And this is where we're at right now. More that wraps in right here. You see, this is when our energy is hitting now, and it is D max too, the diurnal maximum. So it's peak D max right now. I wonder if this swinging through the Gulf here can help amplify this guy to get a little bit higher. But HRR was nowhere near right with this, is the thing. Was nowhere near right with this. So what are we to say it's going to be anywhere near accurate with this period here? We're kind of just in nowcast mode, to be honest. You can only look at so much guidance in the short range. Seg Tindo Pro 2002. Welcome. How are you doing, my man? Hopefully you're having a good morning. Doing great. That's awesome. You like snow? You like the weather? Or you just coming into coming in this to see what's up here? We're kind of we go pretty in depth here if you're new, but we try to make it clear at the same time. Again, I live up here. For those that don't know, I live in New England, but we forecast for a lot of this area. But we specialize here, so I always make that clear. My snow map is always for this area because I'm not going to make a snow map for all these areas that I don't know as well. That's not fair to the people that live there. It's not fair to me either as a forecaster. You're new here? Well, that's awesome. We've been getting a lot of new viewers lately, so with these live streams here. All the 1 hour adjustments I find. So interesting always on these runs. I'm back. How's the performing? The performing is are you asking how it is performing? Let's see. HRR here has it. This is this is for right now when it says precip. Uh, we're still holding on here. That's 443. We got to update my radar on this. We're still holding. We're still holding on pretty nicely here. I wonder if I can. Let's try this. Oh, come on, battery. Don't. I should have quit Photoshop earlier. I don't know. I think we're holding on a little bit better, just barely, and it matters. It matters. I wonder if Mississippi, if I go Mississippi, will it show more? I'm not sure why I didn't start comparing with this earlier, but well, let's just do this first. This was HRR 5 a.m. That's reality. Also, remember, we're not going to get anything from here, so. We're more beefy. Look at that. Look at right through here, though. That's more. That looks better. You see that? I thought it was supposed to miss Atlanta. Looks like it's coming down there. Well, we mentioned it. We said Atlanta could. We said we mentioned it that Atlanta has a chance. Atlanta has a chance. It wouldn't be much, but Atlanta has a chance. And but look at this. I like how we're more beefy through here. I like that. I just and I like this little feature here in Louisiana as well. I just one thing I want to make sure is we're not immediately losing precip to go out and flat, and we're getting precip to work up. We want to make sure enough holds back. So way too far, but the zeros GFS keep showing a decent storm in Indiana. Um, well, yeah, we've been mentioning it, and you can go back to we were literally actually talking about that storm signal about 11-ish days ago, mentioning it that the potential for it was there. And you can go back to the videos. Maybe it was 10 days ago. I forget. I don't. Days are illusions at this point. When you're up as late as I am doing this, some of you may just be waking up. I have been up the entire night, literally 5 hours streaming doing this. When people rewatch this, they're gonna lose their mind. This is the longest stream I've ever done, by the way. This is the longest stream, easily, I've ever done. I just, I just hope we're not losing stuff out here from the main show. See that? Maybe it won't matter, but don't like that angle, but we'll see. Now this I like better. But you can only do so much. Remember, looking at every HRR run, you can only do so much. Compare an hour to hour, but it's a little psychotic and defeats some of my forecasting purposes. Kind of just drive yourself crazy doing this, but actually, I'm not sure I do like that better. We'll see. You can only do so much. Drive yourself crazy. But I can ask my people. Looks like a dry slot over Atlanta. Yeah, but ask. Yeah, and the reason we thought there'd be a storm late next weekend would be Bering Strait teleconnection up in Alaska. When you get a system way up here, usually tends to come downstream days later, and so there's another one there. Keep an eye on that. That'll make its way 15 to 21 days from now, from January 20th. What are you talking about? It's worse, Chef Curry. This is. I don't know. You listen. You gotta remember. This is the most. This is the for me. This is the most important part of the system. I think that's just my opinion. You can't be caught up with what's going on out in front there too much. But I don't know. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy looking at this right now. Let me check the MPing reports again down there. Oh, look at that. The Gulf Coast is lighting up with snow reports. Lighting up. I'll show you where. We got Is Mississippi? No, nothing out of Mississippi. But western edge here, right here, towards Mobile, just west of Mobile, over Mobile, southeast of Mobile, northeast of Mobile, all these places here reporting snow. Western edge here, right by Pensacola, we got snow reports right now. We have reported at 4:40 a.m. It was a mix of rain and snow all the way over here. And then way up here, snow here as well. The 060, there is not a 060 CMC, at least not that I know of. But I'm not sure what you mean by the HRR is worse. I mean, I mean, honestly, I gotta stop looking at these. I'm torturing myself at this point. I'll bring up the snow map again. Clear. There is. I don't know what there is. These are my thoughts. Oh, thanks, Bryant. Let's hope no one else is trolling below that. Um, I guess I'll give him a thanks. Saves me a reply later, I guess. But yeah, these are my on Meteos Century. Yeah, there's a reason, doesn't I mean it's the RGM. You should is the best one to use. I wouldn't recommend using the 06 CMC. But are you looking at like just like snowfall totals, like precipitation totals, like the upper levels is what defines it. The surface maps like so far out on these models are not going to be accurate. You have to remember. But these are my thoughts. We'll see. This could be maybe it's more 6 to 12. We will see. Maybe it's more 4 to 8ish. Um, so I kind of took a middle ground of possible scenarios that I think I could see playing out. And this is kind of what I went with. Maybe this is ends up being a little bit lower. It's certainly possible. Uh, but I've gone with my gut for the storm here, and this is what I'm going to go with. This is this is what I'm going with here. Give one last look to that there. And I have no idea what to make of that. I don't know what to make of any of this anymore. I have no idea what I'm even forcing myself to look at this point. But we are tired is not even the word to use here at this point. So it's a little faster with the progression, but all right. Be sure to hit the like. Consider subscribing as well if you don't mind. Uh, we are. Well, I'll keep you updated tomorrow with on the community tab. If you're new here, you're figuring it out. Listen, I like to think we separate ourselves by doing some in-depth analysis and trying to look at the stuff that a lot of other people maybe won't focus on and give detail into. Don't rely on the models. We rely on forecasting experience, future potential. We try to do what we can, and do our best. A lot of the eastern U.S., but in particular 95 corridor here, especially, we forecast for. So consider subscribing if you enjoy the content. Consider being a channel member, and just I appreciate you all along this ride here. We've gained a lot of new people that have came in on it, that have come on in here, and it's been a blessing. So without further ado, I'm going to call it a stream. Have a good night, people. Have a good morning.